All right. I'm back. Let me let some of y'all come back in. Crazy things happen. I was on this computer for at least an hour, maybe two, before I even went live. And all of a sudden, they decide to do updates on my computer. Peace to Black Sakama. All of a sudden, they decided to do updates on my computer. Anyway, if you didn't see part one, you got to check part one. I'm not going to go back through everything. I'm assuming it's still up. Let me just log in on my phone. You guys, those of you who are coming back, thank you for coming back. Yeah, but it's crazy because like all of a sudden, it has to do updates. And I actually did an update on this computer about 3 days ago. So why, when I'm doing a live all of a sudden, but let's leave it here, not there. Let me fix this. Do I have this here? Yeah. This all right. Yeah, got it. I got it. All right. Let's pull this up. Yeah, so, I'm not one of those to say, they hate, whatever, because I try not to put that energy out into the universe, but you know what it is. Y'all know what it is. Now, can we get to the video? All right, here we go. All right. So we're going to start from where we left off. So basically, if you saw part one, basically, I'm just going to continue from there. So you won't feel like I'm starting up something totally new. So let's go back to what we're looking at. My good people, thank you for coming back. Those of you who have come back. All right, let's get this started. So, and it's interesting, right? So those of you who were with me on the last video, we was talking about Dr. Fucci, and I spoke about this guy, and all of a sudden, now that I've relaunched, this guy is back. Like he's back in the light, right? So they put this ad up, but this is how people think, right? You should wear your mask like this, right? This is how the algorithm, just same thing I was talking about. This is how the algorithm works, right? This guy is supposedly, so this is how logic works, right? This is what we were talking about. So this is the way people think. This guy is a doctor. So logically, right? He knows more than I do. He went to medical school. He has a medical degree. He has a PhD. He's on TV. He's famous. He's the head of the NIH. He's the head of the NIH, I believe, right? He works with the CDC. They know more than me. They have more information and more knowledge than I have. I am just going to listen. I'm just going to listen to what he says. I am not going to look at experience. I'm not going to look at what's happening to people. I'm not going to look at and really gauge, is it people that are unhealthy that are really dying from this? Is it people, or am I going to look at all the people who got it, from Tom Hanks to Idris Elba to the sports players to the basketball players? And am I going to say, maybe it's an immune system thing. And if I get my immune system right, with herbs, with meditation, with prayer, with connection with your ancestors, that I will find the tools so that I don't have to get a fourth jab of something that doesn't work. At the end of the day, what they're pumping in people is nanotechnology, right? At the end of the day, what they're doing is they're pumping nanotechnology into people. And they're using this basically as a way to pump nanotechnology in the body. How can you tell me that all I needed to do was take these, and you see people on Facebook and Instagram, they're like double vaxxed, double jabbed. You see the smiles, and they went to the beach and shit, because after 2020, everybody was on vacation. Everybody went on a vacation. I seen y'all Instagram photos, I seen y'all Facebook photos. Everybody went on vacation and went to Tulum, went to Mexico, they went to Florida, they went to the beach, right? They were happy to be outside because everybody was locked down in 2020, and they had that unemployment and them stimulus checks that was coming in. So everybody was on vacation, right? And they felt good because they felt like they were safe. This is what happens when you don't have wisdom. When you are not living off LOX, LOX, right? Living off experience. That's really what wisdom is, living off experience. A wise woman is a woman that could observe somebody's plight, or a wisdom that has experiences with her own plight, or experiences with her own successes, or the experience emotionally feeling other people's success, or feeling through their experience, and are able to deliver through words, through nurturing information that's going to help. Because wisdom is designed to help. Wisdom is designed to aid. Wisdom is not just words, right? There's a lot of people out here just talking, and they're not wise. So this is what 2022 is going to look like. It's going to be a fourth, probably a fifth, probably a sixth. There is actually, no, I ain't gonna do that. So I'll be here all day. But there is nanotechnology. You can look this up, where they have a patent. I believe the patent is called 666, and or something like that. I believe it's 666, where it is. Let me see. Let me just see. Live research. Y'all know how, if y'all follow my lives, y'all know what this is due. Yeah, there it is. Patent 666. Microsoft's new patent. All right. So we're dealing with Billy Snakes when we're dealing with Microsoft. Billy Snakes is part of, hopefully Billy Snakes is by now. That Billy Snakes is part of the CDC. He's a big time contributor to the CDC and the NIH, which is a partner company with the CDC. The National NIH, the National Institute of Health. The National Institute of Health morphed into the CDC, Center of Disease Control, but the National Institution of Health was behind the Tuskegee experiments. Guess what they were doing during the Tuskegee experiment? Giving out Jabbingtons. All right? But this is the world that we live in, and these are the sheeps that we are part of. These are people that do not have wisdom. These are people that do not have wisdom. And their will, right? We're going into the Heru space. Their will, because this patent is 666. 6 is the number of Heru. 6 is the number of Horus. A minute has 60 seconds. An hour has 60 minutes. Heru is on the 6th spear of the tree of life. This is the Kemetic tree of life. Heru is on the 6th spear of the Kemetic tree of life, right? This also compares to the Kabbalah, Tiferet, which is on the 6th spear, right? Your grace, your guiding light. But this is dealing with primarily your grace comes through your will. Now, when we speak of will, a lot of times people speak of will, and they speak of will as in willpower, right? They speak of will and it's in willpower. And but when they think of willpower, they think of force, right? For instance, if you want to stop, let's say you want to stop smoking cigarettes, or you want to stop eating certain food, or you want to stop, being involved with somebody in a relationship, right? But you could be sexually addicted to that person. You could have an emotional connection to that person, but you want to stop. With willpower, the Heru, that 6th spear energy, what willpower is going to do is willpower is going to rely on Tehuti. You see this line right here. Willpower is aligned with Tehuti, right? And willpower is also supposed to be aligned with Seker, which represents your inner self. But we're not going to go into that today. But willpower is dealing, one of the aspects of willpower is going to be dealing with Tehuti, dealing with thought, dealing with your ideas, dealing with how much you repeat these ideas. Tehuti is a scribe. He is a magician. He's an author. He's in mathematics, astronomy, science, literature. These are all the things that are under the guidance of Tehuti, but most importantly, observation. Willpower deals with observation. Observation and the ability to, and Tehuti also, of course, wisdom, right? The God of wisdom. But wisdom is a reflection of light, right? The moon is a reflection of the sun, and Heru is the deity that embodies the sun. Heru is the deity that embodies the sun. So what you are is you are a being of light. You are a being that radiates what they call photonic energy. You are a being that is meant to illuminate. You are a being that is meant to glow. You are a being, again, that is meant to shine. So your shine is always going to come through what you will into existence. What you will into existence could be a whack-ass 9-to-5 job. It could be a lame-ass boyfriend, a lame-ass girlfriend. It could be a lame-ass poverty-stricken life. It all depends on how wise you are, what type of moves you make, what type of literature you are listening to, what type of ideas you are taking in. That's under the sphere of Tehuti. This influences your light. If you notice, Heru is lower on the sixth sphere, if you in a hierarchical sense, than Tehuti. Okay, and I'm going to go into a little bit of, I'm going to reference this, but I want to go into how the title of this video, Tehuti meets Heru and Saturn, and how this all corresponds to 2022. But let's go into a little bit of that. And actually, no, we're not going to go into that right now. Let's go into and stay on task to what's going on. So they're saying, so this is the next stage of 2022. And I'm giving you the bad news first before I give you good news, because it seems like y'all like that. You know what I'm saying? That's just the human nature now. So we're going to go through the bad news and I give y'all the good news. So they're going to have 4, 5, 6 variants in 2022. Be prepared for it. The Omarion is not the last one. There's going to be more coming down the pike. All right. Billy Snakes already said that this is going to be, one of those years where they're going to have that. Right. So expect that. That's what's going to happen. OK. This is what they're pushing. This is what they're pumping. This is what they're putting into the algorithm, into the media, into the eyes and ears of people, into their wisdom, into their Tehuti, their wisdom faculty. You have a spiritual body and you have a physical body. Your physical body is run by what they call the sympathetic nervous system. Your sympathetic nervous system is how you respond to the outside world. Cars, trucks, people, events, things, actions, right? So that is your sympathetic nervous system, dealing with the outside world. You have a parasympathetic nervous system, relates to the word paranormal, and your parasympathetic nervous system relates to your inside world, your inner world. Your spirit has a tree. Your spirit has different chambers, just like your outer world has different places. If I go to Florida, it feels much different than if I'm in New York, versus if I go to the deserts of the Sudan, right? Or if I go to Antarctica, where it's freezing cold. There's different aspects in nature, or netter, which these would be called the netteru, or like it says, the metu netter, which means word of God or word of nature, right? But the netter, or the nature of your spirit, it has different chambers. The paranormal has different aspects to it. For time's sake, I'm not going to go into it, but if you want to learn more about it, you can get this particular book. Let me get out of this real quick. Get this particular book, Medu Netter Volume 1, The Great Oracle of Tehuti and the Egyptian System of Spiritual Cultivation. One of my earliest teachers, Raul Nefer Met, all right, goes into this. To me, this book honestly, the reason why I was able to understand the Kabbalah, that it came to me very easily, is because I understood and read this book first and studied this book first. Ways I was able to understand the occult much easier than I think a lot of people that are just starting is because I read and studied this book. This book is a very holistic perspective on magic, on spirituality, and on the tree of life, which is basically your spiritual blueprint. All right. So we'll get into that a little. We're gonna continue to get into that. Now let's go back into this. I hope y'all are right. If you're here, please hit the like button. And let's go. So Tehuti meeting Heru and Saturn. All right. So this is what they're gonna be pushing. All right. They trying to get all the children to get the hokey pokey. This is what they're influencing us to do. They want the children to get the hokey pokey. They don't want us to say anything about it. And this 2 year is very an emotional year because on the flip side of wisdom is chaos. Okay. The flip side of wisdom is chaos. Like I said, wisdom is represented by a woman all day long. Wisdom is always going to be represented by the woman. Wisdom is the divine feminine nature. Wisdom of divine feminine is a woman that possesses wisdom in a lot of areas, some in all things, right? And the negative aspect of that is chaos. The negative aspect of that is chaos. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Okay. Matter of fact, let me do this. 1 second. I'll be right back. Listen, just take a quick break. Go do something with yourself real quick. Should be back by the time this video ends. Yeah, we made it. We made it to 2022. All right, you made it. Thank you guys for your patience. You know, I'm drinking this tea, horsetail tea, and one of the things that it does, it eliminates waste. And I'm recalling that I didn't eat the best last night because I came in last night. So this tea is like, nigga. Even when I initially when the computer rebooted, it hit me too. It was like, yo, you better go use the bathroom. So I was holding it while I was talking to y'all, but the fact that the computer rebooted gave me a chance. But anyway, y'all want to hear about that. All right, let's do this. Let's get back into what we was getting back to. So they're going after the children, all right? And the reason they're going back into the children is because of this patent. Now, I showed you how the number 6 resonates to Heru, 60 minutes in an hour. Heru is the 6th on the spear. Heru is Horus, Horus the hour. Number 6, you got 60 seconds in a minute, right? So the details of patent 666, okay? Microsoft's new patent is about mining cryptocurrency. Mining cryptocurrency. So I'm sure you heard about the coin shortage last year, 2020, where we don't have coins. I flew a lot, 2020, 2021, and they basically, airports wouldn't take my cash, all right? I had to have my debit or my credit card or they wouldn't take it, nothing, all right? So this is all about mining cryptocurrency. And this is basically the nanotechnology that they're putting in your body with the hokey pokey facts, all right? And it says this patent allows for the creation of a device that tracks a human's physical activity. Creation of a device that tracks a human's physical activity or reactions to certain tasks using a variety of sensors and generates cryptocurrency in response. All right? Now, what's going to happen also is we're going to go into a cashless society. We're going to, and this is basically why they are pushing this, okay? We're going into a cashless society. We're going into the point of transhumanism where humans are going to merge with robots. And basically, they're trying to get this hokey pokey in the children, and this is the marketing campaign, the fear, okay? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt, FUD. This is the marketing campaign, fear. The variant is filling up the children's hospital. Oh my God, the kids are getting it now. Oh my God, will my son get it? Will my daughter get it? Will my nephew get it? The grandparents, why don't you take them to get the hokey pokey? The uncles, the aunties, well-meaning. Why don't you tell them to get the hokey pokey? Look at what's happening in the children's hospitals. Have you talked to a nurse? Have you talked to somebody in the field? What they will tell you is these are just kids that are having the flu. These are kids that are having the flu. They recently dropped numbers about the flu. Let me see if I can pull it up. And the reason we got to talk about this because the flu, right? They said the flu numbers went down. The flu went down. I think they said the flu is only, I may not be able to pull it up. Let's see if I can pull it up like this. But I'll tell you if I don't get it, just for time's sake. Yeah, between September 2020 and April 24th, 2021, they reported just 2,038 flu cases, right? 2,038 flu cases. There's a number 2 again, by the way, but 2,038 flu cases. Now let's look at the flu numbers 2019 in comparison. Piece this out here, I know, okay? Look at the flu all these other years, 10 million, 4,300,000, 16 million, 13 million. So you mean to tell me You mean to tell me that all of a sudden they had these numbers in the millions? 2011. We can continue going, right? Matter of fact, let's see what these people are saying. You mean to tell me it went from the millions all the way down to 2,000? It went from the millions down to 2,000? No. What's happening is the children are coming in because it's winter time. It's winter time. So they're coming in the hospitals, and because their parents have been watching CNN and Fox and the nightly news and the morning news and the afternoon news and talking to their friends and their aunts and their uncles and their grandparents and people that have ill health and people that know somebody who passed away, unfortunately, from the Rona, and they're saying they're panicking. And they're bringing, whenever the kid gets sick, they're bringing them to the hospital instead of giving them, like my man Straight Panther was saying, some herbs, some teas, some tinctures, putting them under a warm blanket, a couple warm blankets, letting them sweat, telling them to rest. It's the same way they would handle the flu. But nah, they're going to tell you that this is filling up children's hospitals so that you could panic and you could give this to your children, so they can inoculate you, so that you are ready to be mined. Your movements and your human physical activity and reactions to certain tasks can be plugged up to sensors and generate cryptocurrency in response. This also deals with what we're going to talk about next, which is the metaverse. Okay, this is 2022. This is more than part of the bird's eye view of 2022. How the metaverse won Christmas. This is MSN Money, okay? I'm not saying this. The Money Channel of Microsoft, Billy Snakes is saying this, okay? They're saying that the metaverse won Christmas. Metaverse is meta. Facebook's popular. Meta, the word meta means dead, by the way, right? So when you're talking about a metaverse, you're talking about a dead verse. But not dead in the way you're thinking of dead. The dead is they're talking about the imagination, the ancestral world, the land of the dead. The land of the dead, right? The land of our great-great-grandparents and our great-great-grandmothers. We know that they live in ourselves. They live in our inner self. Our grandparents are part of our DNA. Our DNA resides in us, in the cells. Why you keep trying to get me out of this? No, we're gonna wait, man. So basically what they are trying to do is, now it's on the page on the side, but basically what they're trying to do is, so you see what's happening, right? And I'm definitely not this guy that's like, yo, they messing with me. But they obviously messing with me. We still gonna wait. We still gonna wait. So actually, we leave it here because this is really all I need to talk about. But they're basically saying that many people went out and bought the Oculus, right? Many people went out and bought the Oculus VR app. Meta's virtual reality headset was the most popular technology gifts over the holidays, right? This gives Meta more opportunity to show customers the possibilities of its vision for the metaverse. Now, if you've been on social media recently, which I know you probably have because you're on YouTube right now. But if you've been on social media recently, you've seen a lot of people with Oculuses, with VR headsets. They're boxing, they're playing boxing games, fighting games, running into things, punching the TV down, right? Knocking shit over in the house, right? They are in the metaverse and they are promoting it via these ways, via comedy and different things like that. A lot of people bought their children this for Christmas as well. I'm not against it, but if you are not telling your kids and giving them the insight and the wisdom on how to navigate through the metaverse, what the metaverse really is, and what all the metaverse really is, it's a way to hijack your imagination. It's a way for your imagination and for you to think you could, for you to reason that your imagination is part of this particular metaverse, that the metaverse, the dead verse, right, is a way for you. Because see, look at it like this, right? In the algorithms know a lot more about us than we do. The algorithms know what we buy. It knows what we like to eat. It knows what we like to watch. It knows what we search for, the type of clothes we like to wear. It knows the type, those of you who are watching, you know, porn like I do, or have done, right? You know the type of porn you like. It knows the type of women, the type of men, the type of positions. It knows the type of family. It knows the type of trips, the place you wanted to visit. Ain't nobody going to a travel agent. We all buying tickets to travel on the internet. So the algorithm knows you. So in the metaverse, what they're going to do is they're going to be taking, and Deepak Chopra already did this, but they're going to be taking people's basically algorithm profile, creating that as a form of consciousness and putting that into the metaverse. I was watching a video today, and it was something, it was pretty dope. I think it was on KT, the Arch Degrees Instagram profile. And it was basically a metaverse cartoon, so to speak, or metaverse avatar of Dr. Sebi, basically shrinking the Omarion variant, just like Neo in Matrix Resurrections, shrinking the Omarion variant, right? So that's a good way to use the metaverse. But we all know Dr. Sebi passed away into the ancestral realm, right? Into the Akashic records, into the dead. So the metaverse, the dead verse, right? Meta means dead in Hebrew. So that's what I'm getting at. But we also know we have metaphysical teachings. And we don't consider them dead teachings, but they are teachings about the inner self. And the inner self more corresponds to universality of positive and negative, of the poles of life and death, and anything. Death is just another form of life. It's not life in this particular 3D holographic fractal reality, but it is another form of life. You do journey on into the great beyond. The reason you know that you journey on into a great beyond is because you have had lucid dreams. You have had dreams where you've felt them. There are people who come out of dreams with scars and scratches. There are people who have had succubuses, people who try to sleep with them in their dreams. It feels real because it is real. Because you are astral traveling. Actually, when you are having these lucid dreams, you are going into your real metaverse, the real metaphysical verse. You're going into the land of the dead. You're going into the Akashic records. When you're astral traveling, that's what you're doing. You're going into the land of the dead, the land of Amen, or Amensa, what the Cometians, the Kemetic people would call that, the ancient Kamal. So the metaverse is a way to replace you going within yourself. And so the metaverse is a way for you to not do this. The metaverse is a way for you to not compare your thoughts and feelings within to what appears on the outside, because your thoughts and feelings are going to be consumed by the metaverse. And it's the same way, not yours particularly, but those that are deaf, dumb, and blind, so to speak. Those people that are still caught up in an old paradigm, those people who are still ruled by the emotions, those people who are still ruled by simple logic, those people who have not put logic and emotion together. Those people who have not put logic and emotion together. Those are the people that are going to get caught up in the metaverse. And people are already caught up in the internet as it is right now. The internet, social media is a metaverse. YouTube is a metaverse. Instagram is a metaverse. Facebook is a metaverse. Twitter is a metaverse. There's people who are caught up in that reality as well. Remember when social media went down in 2021, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter went down? Some people lost their minds because they're getting daily dopamine hits. Oh, let me say that. They're getting daily dopamine hits based on, they're getting daily dopamine hits based on likes, based on, just sent you a text. They're getting basic dopamine hits based on likes, based on views, based on comments, right? And they were losing themselves. One of the things that's going to happen in 2022 is the internet is going to crash. And the reason that the internet has to crash is this. The reason that the internet has to crash sometime in 2022 is this. Whether it's a Carrington event, and the Carrington event is basically a solar flare from the sun hits the earth with solar plasma so strong that it basically destabilizes the connections. Basically, it destabilizes all electronics. So all internet connections will be destabilized, basically frying the internet, frying any electronics, so lights, internet, things like that. So whether it's a Carrington event, where we'll have a blackout overall, or we'll just have an internet blackout, similar to what we had last year when Facebook, Instagram, and I believe WhatsApp went down, right? But we'll have an internet blackout. And the reason we have to have an internet blackout is because people are still dependent on a system. And the internet, even this, is a system. YouTube is a system. Those of you who are YouTubers who just do YouTube for money, don't just depend on YouTube. Don't just depend on YouTube. Have this and have something else. So that if YouTube goes down, your Patreon or whatever else you have, so that if YouTube goes down, you could still have the way to make your money. I don't rely on YouTube, as this is not my main source of income. But those of you who are getting and generating a shit ton of money from YouTube should definitely, at this point, try to have an alternative method, even if it is, and maybe something that's even not internet based. Maybe have another hustle that has nothing to do with something on the internet, right? Got to start thinking like this nowadays. Because again, you cannot depend on these systems. These systems are not here for you anymore. These systems are not here to make sure you're safe. They're not here to make sure you're comfortable. They're not here to validate you for real. They are here to control and manipulate you and control your moods. Just like in the Matrix Resurrections, the recent Matrix movie, the analyst told them, he said, yo, it's the stories. It's the stories that control you. It's the stories we tell you, and you love it. People love it. How many people did the crate challenge just because they saw it on Instagram or Facebook and bust their ass and broke their legs, right? The people who were successful in the crate challenge. But this is what people do. This is how people are influenced nowadays, through the algorithm. And the real message of the Matrix Resurrections, I'm not going to spoil it for those who didn't watch it, but if you look at the ending tells you what the movie was about. And the movie was about rising above polarity, rising above zeros and ones, and going into the quantum universe, where all possibilities are possible, where you could change your world as you see fit, where a tragedy could happen, but you see the positive in the so-called tragedy, in the so-called negative event, which is able to bring you peace, which is able to give you clarity, which is able to get your frontal and prefrontal cortex working so that you can make the right decision and know what the right plan is, or know if you just need to chill the fuck out and let things go. People are going through depression. People are suicidal. It's a very critical time, and we really need to know how to think for ourselves and how to trust in ourselves. The system is falling apart. America is going down. The book of Revelation is telling you that. The Mayan prophecies are telling you that. The Hopi prophecies are telling you that. This world is changing. Those of us that are alive, we just happen to be born in the time of one of the greatest renaissances in history, one of the greatest transformations in history. It's an honor and a privilege, but it's not going to be easy. And all the things that are happening are designed to get us back into our higher selves, are designed to get us to our better selves. The metaverse, just like everything else, has positive and negative energy. It's not going to be all bad. There's going to be great things you could do with it. There's going to be great teaching. Like I was talking to my homegirl, she's a teacher. I was telling her, yo, get up on that metaverse, like learn it. Because that's going to be the future of education. The future of education will be people sitting on in VR goggles learning that way, going to school that way. Because with all these different variants and all these people buying in, and now that they see that the masses are going to buy in, kids aren't going to be going to school like that. And there's also going to still be, and also talk to people that are in these professions, network with people, connect with people. We're in a 2-year. The 2 years is all about connections. It's going to be all about community. It's going to be all about connections, community, collaborations, right? Helping others. It's a 2-year, right? 1 + 1 = 2. So people are going to be looking to connect with you. People are going to be looking to build with you. People are going to be looking and seeking to be in love with you. People are going to be looking and seeking to have romance with you. On the flip side, if you are not, I gotta wait. Hold on. The flip side is that people are going to also, matter of fact, let me put this on. I know why I get this calls. Light body Heru, do you think it's best for us to invest in things more tangible? I don't think it's best to invest in things more tangible. I do, as far as invest, I would say to make sure that you invest your time and energy into nature, into the real world, into real connections with people, into real connections with family and friends, into investing into the real tangible physical 3D reality that we live in, and not the holographic reality that they're trying to create for your imagination. So definitely invest in more tangible things. Definitely invest in some, I wouldn't say brick and mortar business necessarily. That might not be the way to go, but you do want to have the ability to reach your people, reach your client base, reach your customers if you have a business. If you have a YouTube and there is an internet blackout, you need to have the ability to maybe, I don't know, mail, but this is where, again, you start to create ideas. Maybe you do need a brick and mortar. Maybe you do need to have an alternative backup plan. Okay, YouTube goes down for 30 days. YouTube goes down for 40 days. The internet, I can't go on Instagram. It goes down for 40 days. I can't go on Facebook. It goes down for 40, 50 days. And this is your main source of money or your only source of income. What are you going to do? The rent's not going to stop. The lights are not going to stop. The bills are not going to stop. So you have to, maybe that's when the time you get a table, I'm a New Yorker, so I'm speaking like that. But wherever, you can do this anywhere, out the trunk, get some t-shirts, start selling t-shirts, get some herbs, start selling herbs, get some fruit, start to go to a farmer's market, start getting some fruit, sell it out the back of the trunk. What I'm saying is have an alternate idea written down, mapped out, if this is your main source of income, first and foremost. But yes, definitely invest in real people, definitely invest in the real world, definitely invest in nature, definitely invest in your own mind, Invest in your own thoughts, invest in your own visions, more than you invest in what the world is telling you. Because in this 2 year, it's going to be very easy for you to connect, right? 2 is a connecting year. 2 is 1 + 1, right? 2 is a connecting man and woman, relationships, couples, relationship goals. You're going to see a lot of same-sex relationships being pushed. A lot of, and in particular, you're going to probably see the first lesbian rap group, right? That's going to come out. I'm almost guaranteed, right? You're going to see the first lesbian rap group that's going to come out. They're already programming y'all for it. They're already programming y'all for it. They already programmed y'all. I ain't never seen nothing like this in my life. Picture generated. Look at this. This is the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, right? This is the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, and this is her wife. Now, again, I'm not against the LGBTQ, WX, whatever. I'm not against y'all, whoever you want to have sex with. It's not my business. Love yours, do your own thing. What I am saying is these two can't make a baby. They can't make a baby without sperm. You can't make a baby without the man. As much as you try to eliminate the masculine, I don't care how toxic you think we are. I don't care how you think men aren't this or men aren't that. We are needed, okay? There's a need. There's a need. The only thing is you might be looking for divine masculinity, but you may not have the divine femininity that's able to even handle the divine masculinity. Or you may not have the perception, the wisdom to see and seek divine masculinity. Or you may have other issues where you're insecure. You may have other issues where you have abandonment issues. You may have other issues where you have codependency issues, right? A lot of things come up in relationships. And there's a lot of times women are calling men toxic, but they are putting themselves in situations with toxic people, or they are doing too much based on codependency or too much based on insecurity where they're quote unquote thirsty and run so-called men away. How the first time you sleep with me, you want to have a relationship. You don't know me. You don't know if I'm crazy. You don't know if I'm a serial killer. How the first time or 2 times, 3 times you sleep with me, you want to move me in. You don't know me. You haven't really got to know me. But because the sex is good and I make you laugh, and we have similar interests, that's enough. Where's your vet? Did you really go through a vetting process? Or did you just think about how our pictures would look together on Instagram and Facebook? And vice versa for you men. Some of y'all are so thirsty to get some sex. Y'all just be wifing these chicks up and getting in these quick ass relationships so you can have somebody. You can say you got a bad bitch on your arm, or just to say you have a woman, right? And you end up with a life of chaos and a shit ton of motherfucking child support, and you mad at the world based on your decision because you were speeding. So we need some accountability in our relationships, and 2022 is also going to show us that. But you're definitely going to see more of these things. You're definitely going to see more of this. You're going to see more same-sex being pushed. You're going to be seeing more man on man with man, more same-sex, more alternative, more relationships that are not the quote-unquote norm, that are being highlighted and being pushed more in society. And the reason being is the same. Another reason besides the nanotechnology that they're putting the hokey pokey. The other reason is so that they don't have to. Other reason is population control. Go on. What is this show? Upload. Go on Amazon Prime and watch the series Upload. It's still there. Watch Upload. Upload will show you what the future is going to look like as well. But not Upload. I'm sorry. Damn, what's the name of the show on Amazon Prime? It's not Upload. Upload is a good one too. Forgot the name. If hopefully it'll come back to me, I'll tell you. But I could see it right now, but I can't remember the name of the show. But it's basically talks about this whole situation with the hokey pokey, right? And how the hokey pokey is basically one of the other things is population control. That's why you're having what they call myocarditis, heart conditions, heart problems, heart enlargement. Because how does the penis get erect? The penis gets erect through blood circulation. Blood circulation is directly tied to your heartbeat. Your heartbeat controls the rhythm of your body. It controls how your blood flows and moves. So if they get in men, and trust me, it's affecting women as well. A lot of women aren't having periods that took the hokey pokey. A lot of women are having issues with their periods, with their menstrual cycles. Based on the hokey pokey, there's whole Reddit threads. You're not going to see this on YouTube, obviously. You're not going to see this on the internet and a lot of public places because there's censorship going on. If you go on some of these Reddit threads, you'll see tons of women talking about the issues that they've had after the hokey pokey, as far as reproduction things is going on. So one of the things that they're doing also is population control. These two cannot produce a life. I don't care what you say. I don't care how much they love each other. They can't create a life without a man. And vice versa. Two dudes cannot create a life without a woman. All that artificial wombs stuff, it's called artificial for a reason. So this is what we're looking at. Don't Look Up. I didn't finish watching Don't Look Up. I saw a part of it and I fell asleep on it. So I'm gonna watch it again, possibly tomorrow evening. But I do want to watch it because I've heard good things about it in Straight Panther. But I'll get to that when I do watch it. So again, this is what we're looking at, all right? The metaverse one Christmas, obviously. So you think, actually, let's get into this a little bit more. You think, right? I paid no attention. That's cool. I see what's going on. How Tupac said, but you and I know what's going on. So the metaverse one Christmas. Do you think the metaverse run one Christmas? Do you think the metaverse one Christmas just out of nowhere? Like this just happened? The metaverse just like, oh, it just blew up out of nowhere. No, this was a plan. This is a plandemic. It's a plandemic. So this was a plan. All of a sudden, you could barely find a PS5. You could barely find the new Xbox. This happened in 2020. Same thing happened this year in 2021. You could barely find these things. But guess what's fully in stock? They said they had a quote-unquote chip storage shortage. So that's why they were having manufacturing issues. But the PS1, the PS2, the PS3, the PS4, you could find. The Xbox One, Xbox 2, you could find no problem. Right? But all of a sudden now, you can't find these gaming systems, but you can find a shit ton of Oculuses. That's why the metaverse won Christmas, because it's a pandemic to keep you inside. How many posts did you see on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter where you see that people were inside? How many people did you speak to that said they weren't going outside for New Year's? They weren't traveling. They weren't going anywhere. They were staying in the house because they feared the Omarion. This is what happens when you think critically about what's happening to you and your emotion. You're just not led by your emotions and your feelings. And that's another aspect of 2022. People are going to be emotionally manipulated to the highest degree. Their feelings to the highest degree. Let's continue. So that's how the metaverse won Christmas. People are paying insane amounts of money, real money, for virtual real estate that you can't even visit yet, okay? So people that are looking at the future, looking at what's happening, and look, you're not gonna stop this. somebody was on my Instagram page before, and they was like, oh, you need to start speaking this into existence. And if we don't speak about it, it won't happen. That is true. But you also have to realize this world is a recycling planet. This planet, this world, this planet Earth that we live in is literally the virtual real estate. This planet that we live in is really, it's a holographic reality. And anyone who's done deep meditation, deep meditation, more than 5-10 minutes, sitting in silence, really going deep within, you'll have an experience similar to that of being on psychedelics, where you are able to see the pattern of reality. When you're on mushrooms, that's really the only psychedelic I've ever taken, but I know Steve Jobs was on LSD when he came out with the concepts for Apple and marketing and stuff like that, right? So, but I know when you're on mushrooms, in my particular case, right, or when you do deep meditation, again, my particular experience, so I can give you wisdom on this, you realize and you see literally the patterns of this universe. You see the lines, you see the backgrounds, you see the crystalline structure, you see that it is a fractal. It's very, 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 very easy to see that this particular world is based on the observer effect, what they call in quantum physics, the observer effect, meaning that you looking at it is what makes it real. But this place that we call Earth is the virtual real estate, right? But now they're taking you into the metaverse, so you don't go into the universe, which is what you are. And going into this universe, right, of you, you'll find the virtual real estate of your spirit. But the virtual real estate of this particular world called the metaverse is what a lot of people are going to be doing. And it's not really for those of us that are older. It's for your children. It's for your children. You got kids. I know they've asked you for money on Roblox. They've asked you for money for Fortnite. They're already prepared. They're already gamed up. They're already gamed up by the government, the powers that be, and the so-called, which I always call the Illuminati and secret societies. They're already gamed up. They ask you money to buy skins, to buy for NBA 2K, and to buy different skins and different accessories and so forth, different sneakers to operate in the metaverse. They're already stocked up. They're already mentally prepared for virtual real estate. And people know this. But what's the virtual real estate here? What's the virtual real estate here? What's the virtual real estate here? And I'm rubbing my gut. The three brains that you have in you, the Trinity. It's a 2022, 222, right? So we're dealing with threes. So when you're dealing with threes, you have to look at the Trinity as above, so below. So if it's 222 out there and there's a Trinity, you have to look at the Trinity within you. You got two hemispheres of the brain that are basically the brain is the steering wheel for your mind, you being the driver. You got two lungs, which the heart powers, right? Where your breath goes through. You have two lungs. And you have a large and a small intestine that take up your gut. Three brains. Your gut microbe, the serotonin in your gut is what allows you to have a good mood. It's also related to the sacral chakra or the sexual chakra, right? You have the heart chakra, which is connected to the lungs, right? The heart and the lungs is right there. Then even in the heart, you have a right and left ventricle. And you have the brain. So you have three brains, literally, in your body. So there's virtual real estate, and then you have real estate that you have to nurture. Which one will come first? If you are a person that is on the path of spirituality, you're on the path of living your highest and your most divine self. You want to tap into these different clairvoyances. You want to be clairvoyant. You want to be clairaudient. You want to be clairsentient. Clairvoyant meaning you see things, clairaudient meaning you hear things, and clairsentient meaning you feel things that are paranormal. You want these spiritual abilities. You want these psychic abilities, the ability to read minds and things like that, the ability to move objects. You think you need a magic wand and all that. No. Moving objects is you get an unexpected check that when you needed it. You moving objects is you avoiding a bad relationship because you saw the red flags early. Moving objects is you wanting to, let me give you an example. I was back in the office recently. I didn't want to work back in the office. I wanted to get a gig. The gig that I wanted to be easy. The gig that I wanted to make way more money than I was making. The objects moved in my favor, and it was very easy. It didn't take long. That's magic. You know how many times I've walked in places and got free food since I've been operating off this principle? Since I've been staying in tune with who and what I am and going into our meditation and commanding the universe to work with me. You think moving objects is on some Neo shit. Humans, you think moving objects is really on some Harry Potter, bibbity bobbity boopity boopity. You think if you get the right pentagram and say the right chant and conjure the right angel or demon, those of you into deep, deep magic. I cover all of this. I don't want to scare some of y'all, right? You think that's really moving things. No. The real magic is spiritual power, and spiritual power is effortless and easy. It is based on your electromagnetic field, your electromagnetic energy, your frequency. Your frequency carries information into the universe. I call it T. I'll get into that another day because I don't want to give y'all my formula. Some of y'all be watching these videos and hijacking a little bit of my shit in the exact same form. Y'all know I ain't as big as y'all, but it's okay. Knowledge is meant to be spread, right? But I want to at least get my idea out first, and y'all can run with it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Damon Elmar Lee said there is no spoon. That is correct. Yeah, there is no spoon. For real. There's no spoon. You don't bend the spoon. You bend yourself. That's what that is. Good, thank you, Damon. That is actually absolutely perfect. You don't bend the spoon, you bend yourself. You bend your will. You get in tune with your virtual real estate. One of the best ways is through meditation. A lot of people just stick with prayer and affirmations. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? That's great. But I could show you dozens of scientific studies of how meditation heals, on how meditation changes things in the body, in the mind, how meditation reduces anxiety, how meditation lowers blood pressure, how meditation changes habits, how meditation improves test scores, how meditation improves cognition and reasoning. But you don't want to meditate because, there's a season of fucking, I don't know, there's a season of something on Netflix that you got to watch. That's more important than you getting in tune with you. And this is not to say that I don't do any of these things. I'm one of these squares who don't watch, regular shit like yeah. But if you watch Doctor Strange, right? If you watched Doctor Strange, I ain't see Doctor Strange he said he don't watch TV. There's a line in there where he said he doesn't watch TV. He doesn't tune into alternative media in order to learn his magic. That's why he was a master sorcerer, a master magician, because all he did was read, learn, and study. I'm not saying that's all you have to do in this modern world. I'm not saying you have to go to that extreme, but you do have to make a choice. on what real estate you're going to dive into, what real estate you're going to build. Because through the real estate that you build within, it's going to be the real estate that you build without. As above, so below. Everything deals with duality. Everything deals with zeros and ones. But it's how you use the zeros and ones. They both are there. The positive, there's times people like positive vibes only. No, nigga. No. There's times you got to have negative vibes. There's times you got to have low vibes. When you're dealing with a savage, you got to have some savage in you. Or that savage is going to destroy you. When a lion, when there's a male lion and another male lion with a pride, meaning that the male lion with the pride has a woman, he has a female lion and cubs, he has to be able to, and that other male lion comes, he has to be able to defend himself. He has to turn into a motherfucking roaring lion when he could have been chilling in the sun, licking his nuts. When he's at peace, he has to be prepared for war. So no, it's not positive vibes only. Positive intentions only, yes. Positive perspectives only, yes. But part of your positive vibration, actually, let me say this, part of your positive vibration is you being positive enough to defend yourself. You being positive enough to stand up for yourself. You being positive enough to go to war for you and yours. That's a form of positivity too that people don't talk about. But there are times when you have to lower your vibration, so to speak, to do so. You have to go into fight or flight mode when you're dealing with some of these savages out here. Y'all know that. I'm not telling you nothing that's weird. I'm just giving you a scientific perspective and a spiritual perspective. There's some of y'all, that's all y'all do is argue and beef and looking for fights. You know what I'm saying? You talk to women 35, 45 plus. And they still talking about fighting. I'm like, damn, baby, you 40. Like, this ain't love and hip hop. Relax. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not trying to threaten you. Everybody's not trying to fuck with you. Everybody's not trying to bother you or play you. There's some dudes like that too. You know, everybody's out to get them. Everybody's out to do something to them. It's not a positive perspective, but you want to be positively prepared to defend yourself. You know, people get the spirituality thing twisted that you gotta be a pussy or you gotta be soft, but you don't, or you don't, you know, you just eating motherfucking sipping wheatgrass and eating berries all day and chilling in a motherfucking bamboo tree or hunting and shit like that. You better be ready to bust your gun or throw a spear or throw a fist or something, because there's opposites in this world. You just gotta know how to balance it for yourself. That's the real virtual real estate. Not this shit. But again, this is because 2022 is all about connections. This is what they're going to try to get people into. This is what they're going to try to get people invested in. This is what they're going to try to distract you from being part of the real world and the natural world, the Netzeru world, nature, Netzeru, natural. They're going to try to get you out of being in tune with the spirits. Do you know that there's times where you could there's times that I've walked through nature myself and I've got answers to my problems. I've got answers, walk through Central Park here in New York, right? Or even walk through the local park that's close by me. And I've sat in there and have had answers and sat in there and had visions and sat in there scrying in there and saw beautiful things that manifested in the future that I didn't even understand at first. Do you know that you breathe in oxygen? Do you know where your oxygen comes from? You know your oxygen comes from the trees and the grass, and you give out carbon dioxide. But the oxygen that you breathe, that keeping you alive, is coming from nature itself. It's coming from the grass that grows. It's coming from the trees. It's coming from the green. Your heart chakra is green, ain't it? The matrix, this code, is green, ain't it? So how you gonna dodge bullets if you're not in tune with nature? When you meditate, and you close your mouth and you are breathing in through your nose, you're taking in more oxygen, which means you're taking in more of the natural environment, but not only more of the natural environment of the earth, you're taking in more of the natural environment of the universe. When you're in nature, around trees, around flowers in a botanical garden or something like that, around that type of beauty, has the ability to calm you and influence your spirit and to give you knowledge, because nature has been here before you and will be here after you. It's seen everything. The trees have seen everything. The redwoods have seen everything. The fungi that's under that's made up of this earth's crust has seen everything. That's why mushrooms are able to take you through a psychedelic experiences that allows you to see beyond the veil of this universe and see the zeros and ones that are behind me. And meditation, deep meditation, if you are and continue to become proficient in meditation, this is why you cannot just do it once or twice and think, oh, it's not good enough. We'll take you here. Prayer cannot take you to see this. Prayer can't take you there. Prayer is asking, requesting. Meditation is receiving. Doesn't mean that one is better than the other. Again, we're not looking at those, when we're dealing with high knowledge, high magic now. We're dealing with mentalism, the first law of thought, Tehuti, the ultimate two, the ultimate number two, the ultimate wisdom. Hermetic ideas, if you want to say, if you want to go that route, right? So you want to kiss the white man's ass, so to speak. There's no offense to white people, you know what I'm saying? But my people, we did it first, you know? And again, that's not even, because this is just an avatar show that I'm coming in as a Black man to experience what I need to experience in this life, so that I do not have to come back to this motherfucker again. So you have to figure out what's more important to you in 2022. We'll go a little bit more into this. Yeah, even though my lease said the difference between violence and self-defense. Exactly. Big difference. All right, let's go into something else. Thank y'all for rocking with me. I know you could be doing anything else, but you're here with me. This is the real that's happening in the real world. This was happening in the real world. Who's talking about this on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter? Are they talking about this like they talk about Ghislaine Maxwell? Are they talking about this like they talking about Saweetie and Quavo? Are they talking about this on YouTube like the millions of videos they got about Megan Good and Devin Franklin? And I keep trying to push away from my algorithm, and they keep shutting them again. They keep sending them algorithm. I know what you're trying to do. Get me in the gossip. Are they going to continue? Are the people talking about this? This is right, and you can't say strictly because of COVID, because this is right before COVID that this was printed, December 18, 2019. COVID hit March 2020. You think this has gotten better? If you're here, please hit the like button. You think this has gotten better? All the spiritual people, all the occult people, all the so-called woke people, all you people that have all this knowledge, all this book knowledge, and all this research, and you're so fucking smart. Who's talking about this? Who's talking about the children? Everybody's talking about relationships. There's all these relationship coaches, relationship gurus. Two energy, relationships, connections. That's going to be another big theme. Relationship coaches, relationship gurus, women who tell you men ain't shit, men who tell you women ain't shit, and also people that are about coming together and bringing people together, right? There's always going to be a yin and yang of the positive and negative. But you know what they're not talking about? The relationship coaches and the relationship gurus, whether they're on the yin or yang spectrum, they're not talking about family. If they are, it's very few. But guess what we're run by? We're run by family and families. We're run by the Macy's family. We're run by the Carnegie family. We're run by the Rothschilds family. We're run by the Bush family. The leader of Planned Parenthood was Bill Snake's father. The creator was Billy Snake's father, the creator of Microsoft. His father created Planned Parenthood. So Billy Snakes don't know nothing about poverty. He doesn't know nothing about you niggas' experience. He doesn't know nothing about, he doesn't have any empathy. This is why he wants to block out the sun. But we're run by families. The Chase family for your Chase Bank, the Wells Fargo family, the Mercedes family, the Benz family, the Toyota family. These are people's names. Balenciaga, that's somebody's name. But we're not talking about families though. Fuck the kids. Because we all caught up in the algorithm. We all caught up in virtual real estate. The people don't really give a fuck about the kids. They just want to see their even with just saying Maxwell thing and the Epstein thing, they don't really give a fuck. They seem like they give a fuck. Maybe it triggered childhood issues that they've had with, inappropriate acts, rape, molestation, and things like that. So they have empathy towards the situation. But most people just want to see their favorite celebrities go down. So, because it nurtures their ego and makes them feel better. Remember, misery always loves company. Misery always loves company. So they just want to see their favorite politician, their favorite celebrity go down. And hopefully she would have said names. They could have made some more YouTube videos about it, about the celebrity or the politician, and decode the secret society. Because they're so fucking smart. They're so intellectual. But who's decoding this? Who's decoding how to save how to save our children, how to save these kids? This is going to happen more in 2022. As people are looking for relationships, as people are going to be looking to hook up, or people are going to be looking for romance, they're going to neglect their kids. Those that are not wise. Those whose will is powered by not the will of God. And when I say the will of God, I'm talking about the will of God within and the will of God without. Don't tell me that there's no higher force or a higher creator and that there's a big bang when there had to be two motherfucking elements to bang, or two or more elements to bang. And where did the two or more elements come from? The Big Bang is a source of creation. Well, what bang? What was it that bang? I need a pot and a pan to bang. I need two hands to clap. But we woke though. People say, oh, there's no such thing as a God outside. So there's no such thing as a higher force. I am just a higher force. But you can't stop smoking cigarettes. You can't stop eating chocolate cake at night. You can't stop beating your woman. You can't stop watching porn. You can't stop smoking cigarettes. You can't stop being disrespectful. You can't stop having an attitude with your man. You can't stop being a sexaholic. But guess what? When you got to pee, no matter how you feel, your body got to pee. When you got to eat, no matter how you feel about it, you're going to eat. When you got to sleep, no matter how you feel about it, you're going to sleep. Your body has its own natural intelligence. Your body is intelligent. With or without you, it's fighting off diseases while you're breathing right now. It's fighting off diseases while you're sleeping right now. Yeah, Doki, the colonizer banged across our head. That's exactly right. But who's talking about this though? Who's talking about this? We talking about everything else. There's all these relationship gurus, but we run by families. Where's the family guru? Where's the family gurus? We need family gurus, not relationship gurus. Because a relationship is supposed to lead to family, right? That's the ultimate goal of a solid relationship. Is supposed, even if there's people that I have that are exes that I can still consider family. We're close. They're family. I would still fight for them. I would still go to war with them. And there's some exes, not so much, right? There's exes that still call me and I still call them. We're family. That's really what the goal is. Maybe it didn't work out one way or another, but the goal is to have people by your side that you would connect with or you could collaborate with that have your best interests at heart. And if you have children, have the best interests of your children at heart, right? And you have the best interests of their children. You know, you ask about them, see how they're doing, and vice versa. The worst thing you could have as in a partner is someone who doesn't give a fuck about your kids, only gives a fuck about you. There's a lot of men and women who get with people that are like that. That's a red motherfucking flag. Because when that happens, this happens. This happens. (2022) 222 threes, relationships. What type of relationships are you having with your children? We're going through a scamdemic, or they all going to be on the metaverse 8 to 9 hours a day. Are they on social media 6 to 7 hours a day? Are they on media 6 to 8 hours a day? When are they taking time to think for themselves? There are some people who, this is going to be a long video, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Because no replays, nothing like that. I don't give a fuck. So I really want to lay this down. But there are some people, this is what they do, right? This is the pattern. Now, thank the Lord, I've never been this person. But I have my own issues, obviously. But I've never been this person. But there are people like this, right? They wake up, first thing, they get on the cell phone or they turn on the TV, right? Get pumped with somebody else's ideas. The second thing they do after that, right? They going to work, or they going out to society, or they dealing with the kids, right? Then after that, they come home, they put the TV on, social media on, or in between work, they're on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Come home, put on TV, TV show, movie, et cetera, et cetera. Go back on social media, et cetera, et cetera. Then when they go to bed, they got the TV running, or it's Facebook running, or music running. They never take the time to think for themselves. They never take the time out to reason for themselves. They never take the time out to vet the information that they're taking in. They think they know their family, but they haven't really taken the time to even really think about their family's needs, because they have so many other ideas coming in from so many other places, not to mention their own personal problems that they haven't resolved. And the reason they haven't resolved them is because they haven't taken the time to A, go in nature, to B, meditate, to C, pray, to D, eat better, so that there's less waste in their body, so that they could, because the more food you have, everything, your energy, So the more food you have, the more wasteful, toxic, preservative-filled food that you have in your body, the more energy it takes for your body to break down that food. Is the less energy that goes to your brain, less energy that goes to your prefrontal cortex, your decision-making center, and the more your limbic system, which is the animal part of your brain, is engaged, which is the fight or flight part of your brain, gets engaged because it has to fight off all these toxins. Now you got the physical toxins, you got the mental toxins from the world. How you going to build a family? How you going to build a relationship? So you're going to see more, unfortunately, you're going to see more Black children suicides in 2022. And this is something that people aren't talking about. Hopefully, those of you who are tuned into this will start talking to your children. We'll start telling your children to get the fuck off the game and go outside and play. We'll start, those of you that are sociable, start talking to other children, especially you women. And I have to say women because, right now, it's the age of women, right? It's obvious it's the age of women. It's the age of femininity. But the divine feminine are nurturers. They're able to work great with children. It's way different than if I come into a park and I'm with my daughter and I start bringing, my big ass goes to the park with my daughter and I'm, gathering a whole bunch of other kids. They're going to look at me like I'm some sort of pervert, right? But a woman, not so much. So y'all have the ability, it's a 2-year, y'all have the ability to nurture other kids as well. And to nurture your child to play with other children in the real world. Not just the internet, the metaverse, the real world. Tell them get off the game, tell them get off the phone, tell them get off the tablet, engage with them, play games with them, talk to them, have fun with them. Don't just have fun when you're taking them out to Chuck E. Cheese or you're taking them to Great Adventure or you're taking them to some theme park or you're taking them out to do something in the house. If you know magic, they should know some magic. If you wear crystals, they should have crystals. If you understand the law of attraction, the law of manifesting, they know that too. If you know how to take a spirit bath, you tell them how to take a spirit bath. If you know candle magic, you show them how to do candle magic. These are things that when you pass on your so-called generational wealth, right, that they'll be able to propagate it and create families like the Chase Bank, create families like the Italian family that owns Bank of America, create Wells Fargo's, create Apples, create things that are going to Facebooks and Metas, things that are going to last forever, but things that are going to stand the test of time and not just sell every single business because they do you a big bag of money. The drug game, fentanyl fatalities fact sheets, okay? I think I got this off the CDs, no, Families Against Fentanyl, all right? But I think this is, you could double check as I have this data, all right? Fentanyl fatalities, okay? So be careful, those of you who are utilizing drugs, okay? Those of you who are using drugs, you like to pop a pill, you like to drink some weed. I ain't judging you. You like to sniff a line every once in a while. I'm not judging you. But I am saying you better know who you better really, again, this is a 2-year, okay? 2022, 3 2s. You better know who you get. Your supplier, you better know your supplier. You better have a great relationship with them so that they don't kill you out here. You see what happened to Rest in Power, Michael K. Williams from The Wire, Omar from The Wire. You see he died from the overdosing on the Fenty. He's trying to sniff some lines of cocaine. Fentanyl is now the number 1 cause of death for Americans, 18 to 45. 18 to 45. It is more than suicide and the Rona. They ain't talking about this on the news though, are they? Because they know people won't get high. And again, it's about population control at the end of the day, the whole pandemic. Fentanyl is the #1 cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45. So be careful out here. Know who you messing with. Your weed man. Vet your weed man. Just because he got good weed, shit, try to make sure this dude is a cool person, that they don't want to fuck you up. Have conversations, crack a joke, see how they respond. If they ain't cracking if I crack a joke with somebody that says they're selling something, they don't crack a joke back and they just look stone faced and evil. I'm out of there. I'm out of the dispensary. I'm leaving. They say they got it, and I think they got it, but they look a certain way. I'm not buying it. Now, I smoke trees. You know, I'm not as much as some of y'all, not as much as I used to, but I definitely smoke. But I know the guys I'm getting it from, and the guys that I get it from, I try to make sure that they have good vibrations because of this particular knowledge and information. It's a new world. Again, these are the numbers. I'm not making this up. There's some people who passed away last night or this morning, I'm sure, from sniffing coke or heroin with fentanyl in it. It's gonna come out, I promise you. So be on the lookout. You know, this is a real channel that I'm not, you know, I'm coming to you from a ghetto guy. I'm a ghetto guy. You know what I'm saying? I came from the streets. You know, I'm not this polished, you know, turban wearing white garment. You know, these images that motherfuckers be putting up to make y'all think that they better than you. I'm no better than you. I'm no better than you. I'm just a person who does a lot of research and tries to implement what I learned. But I was woke at one point. I was a conscious Hotep nigga at one point. Super pro-black at one point. Ignorant as hell at one point. Dumb as hell at one point. Toxic as hell at one point. But the goal is to learn, grow, and glow. Every tree grows and spreads and branches, spreads and branches, right? And branches produce more leaves. And that's what we're supposed to do in this life. Some people are still stuck on their glory days from when they were 18 and 19, like Al Bundy and Polk High and shit. You know, shout out to those who watch Married with Children. You know, Al Bundy, he always talk about in Polk High when he was a high school quarterback. And the glory days. Fuck your glory days. Your glory days should be now. I don't care what your age is. Your glory day should be today. The fact that you're present is a gift. Today is your glory day, nigga. Today is your glory day. You made it. Through everything that happened in 2021, you made it. It's a glory day. I don't care what stress you're going through, what hardships you have, what issues you have. It's a glory day. Be grateful that you are here, breathing and alive. No matter what your health issue is, you're still here. You could fix it. It can be remedied. But not if you want that fentanyl. So be careful, folks, because this is 2022. These new drugs, you know, they're not. And also, HBO was a big, you know, if you've seen the HBO show with homegirl that's in Spider-Man's girlfriend. I forgot her name, Zendaya. All right. They have a show on HBO called Euphoria. Basically, it is targeted towards teenagers, right? And it deals with fentanyl as well. So don't think some of these shows just pop up for entertainment. No, they're in training. They're training. They're designed to enter into your mind and infect you with certain concepts. And they're planned as well, right? So again, be careful out here. Because you wearing a mask and you're worried about all this bullshit, but yet you're going to pop a couple of pills to feel better about either situations. And next thing you know, you die from fentanyl poisoning. Again, it's the #1 cause of death. 18 to 45. Number one, I'm still within this range. Thank the Lord. I ain't gonna say that, but I'm just saying it's the number one cause of death, so be careful. Now, let's get out of this real quick. So 2022, this is the 6th year, right? So the 6th year, this is going to be union of the divine masculine. I'm sorry, 6 is sex, right? And the word 6 sounds like sex. Sex sounds like 6 sounds like sex for a reason, right? Because 6, when you're dealing with 6, the number 6, you're dealing with balance, you're dealing with equality. It has many meanings as well as willpower, right? Because willpower has will and power in it, right? So the will is the intention, but there has to be power behind that will, right? There has to be an energetic electrical charge behind that will, or nothing is happening, right? It's just like when you say, I'm going to start working out. You have the will, right? You have the idea that you want to start working out, but the power, the emotional resonance to get up and do it, to get up and make it happen is not there. So equality is needed even in willpower. So equality, the masculine and feminine. Feminine is the one that gives the birth, right, to the idea, right? But you got, or the feminine is the womb of the idea, the matrix of the idea. And the masculine is the actual birthing process, because the birthing process, what you have to do, you have to push. So 6 is sex, but sex is dealing with equality, right? There's a position called 6-9 in sex, right? It looks like this, man, woman, man, how you like it, right? That's the equality position, right? So we're talking about this union of the divine with the mundane, sex magic. Tantra has 6 letters, Tantra, which means basically a weaving of things, or things that are woven, or practice that is woven, right? And Tantra, this union of the divine, this union, sex magic is going to be big in 2022. And sex magic is basically, if you look at Tantra, you also have to look at the word mantra, another 6-letter word, right? 2 + 2 + 2, 2022, 2 + 2 + 2 = 6. So you also have to look at mantras, M-A-N-T-R-A, mantras and tantra. Those are going to be the 2 biggest things in 2022 that people are going to be talking about. Sex magic, manifesting through sex, creating your reality through sex, right? They already have something on Netflix with, I forgot that white lady's name, something Sex, Love, and Goop or something like that, where they're already talking about sex. It's coming mainstream. It's going to become more mainstream. Like I said, you're going to see a lot of same-sex relationships. You're going to see probably the first same-sex rap group, rap duo, rap trio, right, where they all in love with each other. So sex magic, sex creation, all that is going to be big in 2022. Sex talk, all that's going to be big in 2022. Let me take a quick break, y'all. I'm on this horsetail tea, and it's doing what it's supposed to do. But but I'm gonna take a quick break. I should be back again in time. All right, I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right. Thank you for the patience. Please hit that like button as well. All right, and subscribe if you like what I'm saying. Think what I'm saying makes sense. Hit that subscribe button. It is free. So let's do this. So when we're talking about Tantra and we're talking about mantras, sex magic, Tantra is in particularly a way of moving energy through the body. It's not just about sex. It's not just about having hedonistic, orgies and shit like that and moaning and how good it feels. But it is really about moving energy. If you are having doggy style with a girl, are you able to hit the spine of her back while you're doing it and stop with your penis in her and send energy to her brain, right? As a form, I'm just giving you one tantric technique. I ain't gonna give you all of my shit, right? You got to do the research for that. But are you able to do something like that? Are you able to send energy to her body? Is she able to send energy to you? Is she able to speak life to you while you're having sex? Mantras. Are you able to speak life into her while you're having sex? Mantras. Mantras are basically words of power, right? Affirmations. So this is going to be big, moving sexual energy through the body. Reiki is also going to be big, the ability to move energy with your hands and circulate around the body. Again, 2 hands, right? Number 2, 2, 2, 2. So Reiki is going to be big as well. So Tantra and Reiki, look out for that. It is coming. It's going to be big. It's going to be heavily marketed. It's going to be, but they're going to also try to pervert it and make it hedonistic. Okay, they're going to make it a lot of same-sex, a lot of same-sex ideals and motifs and archetypes, things like that. Because again, they're not trying to really have you moving energy. They're not really trying to get you to tap into who you are. The whole goal is to control you and manipulate you, and to use sexuality as a way to control and manipulate you. So you got to be on point. But that is the next big thing. And for those of you who do not understand and only think it is about the female mitochondria and the rise of divine feminine, yes, and divine masculine is not going to have a place because it is a 2022 year. This is only a 2 year, right? 2 dealing with the number 2 dealing with the divine feminine. You are false. And the reason being is because this, you always are going to have this, always. And this is the brain and the spinal cord, okay? So we've all seen this. The brain, even if you look at this, right? The body, we talk about Kundalini energy, Kundalini Naga energy, serpentine energy running from the base of the spine. This is this bottom part of the spine is called, well, yeah, I can't see it. So the bottom part of the spine is actually called the sacrum. So you have a sacral chakra. I'm not going to go into the chakras this video, but you have the sacrum down here, and you generate hormones, right? Biochemicals, neurotransmitters, things like that from the brain. It comes from the brain into chemical form, going down the spine. And then when you are raising your frequency, you're happy, you're having sex, you're dancing, you're laughing at jokes, you're eating some food that you like. This energy raises, it goes up into the brain so that it could kind of hardwire, so that it could hardwire your intention or this feeling or this dopamine and the serotonin, right? Because dopamine is created here. Serotonin is created in the gut, right? Dopamine is created in the brain. Serotonin is created in the gut. So serotonin is what regulates your mood, but dopamine is what makes you feel good. This was dope, right? So this is the divine, your brain and this whole spinal column. And of course you have the heart as well, which is pumping the oxygen and regulating the blood and regulating where the hormones go and regulating the rate that they go. If you're a fight or flight, of course, your heart is pumping faster. Of course, you're generating more energy. Whether you are in rest and digest, you are relaxed, you're not generating that much energy. But if you are relaxed in like a meditative state or in a spiritual, let's use church, for example, right? You're sitting down at church, but the preacher's, yeah, Jesus, and when you go to heaven and when the Lord touches you, you can't come. And you're saying all these things and the frequency is raising the organ, and they're playing the organ that's stimulating your organs, and your frequency is raising, right? Even though it's not fight or flight, it's still rest and digest, but your frequency is still, those biochemicals are still being stimulated and they're still becoming hardwired in the brain. The brain is just a memory system. It's a recorder of the past. The brain doesn't give a fuck about the future. Your mind gives a fuck about the future, but your brain is recording the past. So, peace to Gino Green, salute. Peace to Andrea Green, salute. Shout out to y'all who are here. I know I'm talking my head off, but only those who need to hear this will hear this. So when we're talking about the divine masculine, again, we are talking about union. So we have to say, maybe talk about how dope the divine feminine is and how great it is to give birth and how great it is to have a womb and how the DNA mitochondria is female, which there's male mitochondria, by the way. But how, the world is getting feminine and things like that, we also have to keep in place the masculine. And the reason I'm even showing you this brain and the spine, obviously this is the brain. I'm hoping I didn't have to say this is the spine, but this is the spine for those who don't know, right? The brain and the spine, this is how it's connected. This also looks like this. Good old sperm. This is the brain and this is the spine. Look at the image. Let's blow this up a little bit. Do you not see the spine in the sperm right here? Do you not see the brain right here? Let's go back and forth. The brain, spine. Brain, spine. So this thing that shot out of your daddy's nuts, that you say is toxic, that you say is no good, that you say you can't find any good of, is in you, queen. It's in you, goddess. It's in you, princess. The divine masculine is in you. Let's not forget that. So in 2022, you want to balance this out. But again, on the opposite, they're going to try to make sure that you're not connected at all with each other. They're going to try to make sure there's going to be I predict there's going to be another lockdown. It may not be as severe as it was, but based on the news reports and based on what they're pumping, there's going to be some sort of lockdown. And it could just be a lockdown of the internet to keep people separated, even in that way. All right. But there's definitely going to be a lockdown because they want to keep you, most people are working from home now. Most people are not going out to the club. They're going maybe to the grocery store, then back home, They may be going to the grocery store and back home. So they're not going any place. They're not traveling. They're scared to death. So they're not connected and they want to keep it that way. They understand this is a 2022 year. They understand that this is a year of connections. So they're going to want to disconnect you. They're going to want to go opposite of that. They want to disconnect you from the divine masculine. They want to disconnect you from the divine feminine. You're going to see more relationship coaches coming out. More and more are going to be coming there. It's already happened, but there's going to be even more coming out of the woodwork. But they're going to be on these hard line spectrums, a la Kevin Samuels, a la Cynthia G. Cynthia G is just the female version of Kevin Samuels. She hates black men. Kevin Samuels hates black men. It's just a fact. I know y'all want to say he doesn't hate. Look at the difference between him in a video with the actual women and in a video when he's talking to people online, on the screen. Now you tell me, and if you're observant, you'll be able to see the difference. This is not me hating on him, I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just giving you some wisdom, AKA game. So, and if you look at this particular, there's 33 vertebrae on the spine. Jesus died at 33, okay? So really, the whole goal, 2 + 2 + 2, 2022, 2 + 2 + 2 = 6, 2022, 6, it being sex, another word for sex, right? It's about really getting as much positive energy, positive thoughts, positive ideas, positive visions, a positive reality, positive actions, the Most High, right? People always talk about praising the Most High, but being the Most High is version of yourself. Producing that energy that produces those ideas, producing that energy that produces those visions, and being the most efficient at doing that. And these 33 vertebrae, again, add up to the number 6. When you're dealing with 6, you're dealing with Heru. As I told you, Heru is a deity that is responsible for willpower, okay? Heru the Falcon. It's a deity that deals with willpower. It's a deity that deals with will without following, but not your will, not that, oh, I want to get up on a table and motherfucking twerk and shit, show my thong, right, in the middle of a motherfucking reputable upscale restaurant, where it's totally inappropriate. Not the will to just do whatever you want, but your will is in tune with the will of God, not the will to just beat up women, or the will to just, be a bully or be an asshole. No, but your will to be empathetic, right? Your will to be in tune with your emotional side. This is for men, right? So willpower is you being in tune with the will of the God in you, the divine in you, the divine part of you that is regulating your breathing right now, the divine part of you that is regulating your blood pressure right now, the divine part of you that is regulating your sight and the frames per second that you're seeing me on, the divine part of you that is processing the words that I'm saying and making them a solid concepts to put in your mind. The divine part of you that is unconscious and is regulating your breathing while you are sleeping. The divine part of you that allows you to have lucid dreams, AKA astral travels. The divine part of you that grows your nails, grows your hair, grows your feet, fights off disease. Nobody thinks about that. That's the God in you, as above, so below. So following God's will, getting in tune with that part of yourself that knows everything already, because all your cells have been here already. Cells don't die, because cells are made of atoms. Atoms don't die. So they're built there and already. So when they say everything is everything, everything is everything. Everything's made of atoms. Everything's made of energy. So everything is everything. So that's what you're trying to get to. That's the will. And that's what willpower is, following God, following the Most High in you versus, hey, I see, I could eat, I'm just using diet, but I would say example, but I could eat, I could go to McDonald's, even though I know McDonald's, Bill Gates farmland, and if you don't know this, check this out, but Bill Gates' farmland is what provides a lot of McDonald's foods. McDonald's fries, all McDonald's fries come from Bill Gates. And you see what he's doing with these Javentons. So you might know this. You might know that certain things aren't good for you and you still do them anyway on a repetitive basis. That's not willpower. Willpower is the ability to move in your most highest form, move energy to your most highest form. And that is to follow the law of the universe, what people call the universal God. And again, so when you existing in this physical world walking erect is because of your daddy. No matter how much you hate, man. And ultimately, this is what we're looking for, right? This Jesus died at 33, right? I told you there's 33 vertebrae. This comes out to 6. 3 + 3 = 6, right? You have sacred, right? They call sex sacred energy exchange. SEX, sacred energy exchange. That's another 3 letters, right? 3 2s in 2022. So sacred energy exchange. And you have, so sacred energy exchange, I call this spinal, because this is this is the caduceus, by the way. The caduceus, this is what the medical symbol, this is what they use for medicine when you are in good health, good well-being. And if you are utilizing this year 2022 properly, this is what it's going to look like within you. This is what it's going to feel like within you, right? This is the symbol of quote unquote homeostasis or balance or equality, which is what 6 also represents. And if you look, you'll see this is the spine, this 33 vertebrae that I was talking about. This is a representation of the spine. This is a representation of the brain. And you could say this is the left and right hemisphere of the brain. You could say this is the left and right part of the body. But this is also a balance of quote unquote good and evil, right? Of positive and negative energy, of light and dark energy, so forth and so on. Knowing when to tap into which and for what purpose which is needed. Because again, life is not all love and light. There is some hate, there is some separation. You got to cut people off. You got to cut things off. You got to cut habits off, right? You got to cut people, places, things, family at certain times for you to achieve health, overall health. This is the symbol of health, the caduceus. So I call this, just like they call it, sex, sacred energy exchange, which it is. This is spinal emotional ecstasy. And this is basically the sacral chakra where you are experiencing and creating your own highs. Now, what do I mean by experiencing and creating your own highs? What I mean by experiencing and creating your own highs is this. You have, during the day, you have what they call daydreams, right? Even if you don't meditate, you have during the day daydreams. You have times when you go to the bathroom. You have times when you step out and take out the garbage. You have times, I'm talking about these little pockets of time when you're alone, when you're not necessarily with somebody. Hopefully you're not, I've seen this, people washing the car, people taking out the garbage, and people just on social, they can't get their face out the phone. But when you have time for yourself, in the morning when you first wake up, you have time for yourself. You to generate energy, a frequency and vibration of the world that you want to see for you and your loved ones, of the world that you want to see overall, because we're all part of the human family, of the world that you want to see in the future, but most importantly, the world that you want to see in the now, because the future is the now. The past has already happened. You want to generate ideas, and how do you do that? You think of what the things that you want, and you feel as if you already have them. You generate a vibration. You generate spinal emotional ecstasy. as if you already have them. You generate a frequency that is putting this particular energy of positive and negative to work to your favor. If you notice, the wings are on top. They're closest to the brain. They're a representation of your higher three chakras, which would be your throat chakra, which would be your third eye or your ajna chakra, and which would be your crown chakra. This is not a physical flight that when they talk about your health. This is you having healthy thoughts, you having healthy visions, and you having healthy emotions. And also, of course, a healthy diet as much as you possibly can. So you can continue to generate these feelings. You can continue to use your emotions for what they are supposed to be used for, which is generating energy, which is generating a frequency and generating a vibration that is for your benefit. Who cares what the world says it's supposed to be? What do you say reality is? I was watching this movie the other night called The Wave on Amazon Prime. I think you should check it out too. It's a pretty dope movie. And in this movie, The Wave, what they were saying is, and the basic premise without spoiling it is saying that reality is a construct. Reality is what you make it. It's basically what you created to be. And the thing about this particular walk, this spiritual walk, is you have to make a conscious effort, as Abraham Hicks said, to be tapped in, tuned in, and turned on. You have to make a conscious effort to do that. It's not just going to come to you. It's not just going to happen. You have to make a conscious and deliberate effort. And that is going to take rituals. And this is where Saturn comes in. Saturn, where I talk about Tehuti and Heru meeting in Saturn. This is where Saturn comes in. And this is where you create structures, you create order, you create discipline around yourself, using daydreams, using when you wake up, using before you go to bed, using when you're taking a walk, using when you're in your car driving to work or driving back, using when you're driving to the grocery store, using times to generate a reality that you want that is not here already, that you cannot physically see. Jupiter is in Pisces right now. Not me going into debt, because I'm having Divine Feminine Works on. I'm having a guest tomorrow. It's going to be much shorter, much shorter live. But I'm having Divine Feminine Works on tomorrow, and we're going to go into a little bit of what 2020 is going to be looking like from a tarot perspective, and doing some readings and stuff like that. But damn, I lost my thought. I'll bring it up. I had a purpose of saying that. Hold on. Anyway, let's go into this. Maybe I'll come back to it. Oh, well, no, I have a different thought, but we're going into the Jupiter's in Pisces. That's why I brought that up. Yeah, so Jupiter's in Pisces. So, she'll talk about that. She's very good with the astrology. I'm not a 100% astrologer. This year, I'm going to work on learning more about astrology and getting that down pat. But that's one of my goals this year, to really understand astrology to the maximum. But based on what I do know and what I have researched about Jupiter and Pisces, Jupiter and Pisces, this is a very great time. Jupiter is a planet of growth. It's a planet of abundance. It's a planet of expansion. It's a planet of philosophy and religion, right? But Pisces is really a planet about spirituality, right? Developing the spirit. And this is basically a stolen, you should know by now that we have a stolen legacy, those of us that are here melanated. But this is part of the stolen legacy, this Caduceus, right? This is what they would call the staff of Hermes, which again, as I said earlier, Hermes is really thought or thoth, right? Thought, or Tehuti, right? So when you're talking about this staff of Hermes, right? This is a staff of wisdom. And the true wisdom is you knowing that you create this reality. So Jupiter and Pisces dealing with spirituality. This is basically saying that how you think, the information you take in, because it deals with your religion, which your religion is basically your culture, your way of life, right? Your religion, things that you do religiously on a day-to-day basis, right? And your spirituality. So based on your religion, how you live, the things you think, the philosophy you have, the ideas you have, and the energy that's generating around them, which could be compared to these two snakes, these two cobras, these two nagas, right, will give you whatever wings to fly, to shine your light, to be fly in this third dimension, but also fly beyond this third dimension and access higher forms of knowledge, higher forms of intuition, higher forms of reasoning and critical thinking, engaging and utilizing more than 10% of the brain. So with Jupiter being in Pisces, which it'll be there until May, because Pisces deals with spirituality. In particular, Pisces, the two fish, right? The water. So Pisces is two fish. Again, we're in 2022. So I'm just showing you how these themes continue to repeat. 2022, you got two snakes here, but Pisces is two fish. So the two fish and the two snakes basically kind of mean the same thing, right? Different, just different motifs. So you could say the fish is swimming through the bloodstream, and the snakes are basically coiling around the spine. So now is really going to be, is a great time. Tomorrow is a great day, and we'll get into more tomorrow about this particular energy. But tomorrow is going to be a great day to really get, like, spark up and spark your mind and your body and your spirit with new ideas of the world that you want to see, not the world that the news is telling. Not the world that your favorite YouTuber is trying to push on you. Not the world that your favorite conscious teacher is trying to tell you that all the white people are against you, that the government or everybody in the government is against you, that the whole world is conspiring to take you down. And even if that is true, let's say that's true, but it's not. But let's say that's true. You don't believe that you have the power to change it? How weak are you? Like, what kind of God do you have in you? What kind of divinity do you have in you if that's just the only outcome? If the only outcome is the aliens, if the only outcome is the government's going to do this, if the only outcome is everybody has to get this, if the only outcome is, oh, don't go outside because you could die from a cough. If the only outcome is fuck them kids, I ain't got time, I'm too busy. I was talking to somebody, I gave them a reading, and I was like, yo, you need to start meditating. They was like, I don't got time. I was like, you got 15 minutes during the day. You got 15 minutes, or at least once during the day. You got to take it. I'm like, you got to take a shit, right? At some point. You got to pee at some point. Tehuti and Heru, and Tehuti meeting Heru and Saturn is about you having rituals, practical rituals. I'm not just talking about lighting candles or taking spirit baths or lighting incense or all those other things that you need a motherfucking Batman's tool belt for. I told y'all that and follow me about Batman's tool belt being these different crystals and baths and candles and herbs, and all these things are great. But what happens if you don't have that tool belt? The best way to beat Batman, I figured out, is to motherfucking take his best way to beat Batman is to take his utility belt. Superman snatched Batman's utility belt. He can't access the kryptonite. He can't do shit. He'll be fucked up in a second. So you got to be stronger than Batman. You have to you have to have within you these tools. You have to generate within you these tools. That's why those of you who just want money spells, those of you who just want to hex people, those of you who just want love spells, don't really get to the places where you want to go just doing that. You usually get exploited by those of you who constantly push these things all the time, because they're not teaching you how to become better people so that you could become magic yourself, so that you could become you could become this, and things just flow to you. So you could be really powerful, mentally, physically, and spiritually. Things just flow to you. They don't want you to do that. You got to buy the next money spell. You got to do the next money ritual with them. While there's not, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, because I do money spells and money rituals for myself. But at the same time, I'm doing the money spells, I'm doing the money rituals, but I'm also, out there trying to get it, out there hustling, out there making things happen, putting things up, buying green screens so my presentation looks a little better for y'all. You know what I'm saying? Buying a nice camera so that it looks good for y'all. Little things, you know what I'm saying? Investing in myself, along with the money spell, so that I can become the money. The goal is for me to become the money. Some of y'all candle magic should be to heal some chakras. Not just pray to some deity outside of yourself. Oh, Oshun. Oh, let me give this offering to Oshun. Oh, let me give this offering to Ogun. Life is going to be better if I give this offering to this. I give this offering to that. Let me give this plate of food to my ancestors so they could give me this. Y'all be in give and take relationships with the spirit world. When if you got to pee, because your body knows that you got to eliminate this waste, it's going to force you to pee. Like it just did me a little while ago. My intelligence, logic, and reasoning wasn't like, you got to pee. My body was like, yo, in order for you to survive, nigga, you got to go pee. That divine intelligence within me. That's what I want to connect with. That's what I want you to connect with. So you could read the matrix code yourself. This is the next level of magic. The universe is mental first and foremost. The tool belt is great, don't get me wrong. It's great to have these different aspects of Batman's utility belt. All those things make things much easier. But what if you're stripped of that? I usually meditate to like frequencies, right? Gamma waves, isochronic tones, theta waves, singing bowls, right? During the solstice, my spirit was like, nigga, you need to start doing this without that. What if the internet's down? You don't have access to singing bowls. You don't have access to your music. You don't have access to these tones. Then what? But if you're in a situation where you're in a confined space and you don't have access to that, you're going to stop meditating? You're going to stop being tapped in? You are the money. You are the love spell. Some of y'all need to do a money spell for yourself. Some of y'all need to do love spells on yourself. And some of y'all need to free the curses off of yourself instead of hexing people. Free the curse of why the fuck you interacted with that person in the first place. Because most of y'all, and I do readings for a damn near whole strip of, most of y'all are wanting to do this based on, and I've done this for other people over the years, right? But most of y'all want to do these things based on relationships. Most of y'all want to hex a girl, or you want to hex a man, or you want to hex somebody at work or some shit like that. When you could just change the job. When you could just change the man or change the woman. When you could just change the environment and figure out how you can get enough money to move. Do this work on yourself. You are the magic. You are the prize, my nigga. That's 2022 for you. And those of you who don't know that, you're going to keep it being spun in these loops because it's a 2-year. You're going to be caught in the loop, doing the same shit over and over and getting nowhere. Let's look a little bit of numerology real quick. Number 2, 2022, right? Number 2, numerology number 2 is known to numerologists as a supremely feminine force, one that represents both grace and power. It is cooperative, always aiming to bring peace and balance to a relationship or situation. This numerology number is also very sensitive. Of all the numbers, it has the strongest intuition. It is able to sense currents and feelings instinctively, then use those clues to connect with others empathetically. This ultimately is what I am trying to get you to understand. The more you visualize, the more you feel the reality that you want. You have, as they say, the Christians, right? Faith in things unseen. Knowing that you create your reality, you feel it, you think it, the more you will see things manifest. Let's look at an example of that from a popular person, shall we? Let's go into this. Fair use, this education purposes only. All right. I don't know. It looks like they moved my little timestamp. Hold on. Now, I'm not putting this up to talk about comedy or whatever. That's like the least most important part of this video. Okay. Hold on. Just listen to this. Yeah, let me know if y'all can hear this. All right, so she's basically talking about, just to give you some context. So she's talking about, so this is Tiffany Haddish. She's a famous comedian. I'm sure most of y'all watching this know her. She's basically she's talking about a vacation that she took, recent vacation celebration for her birthday. And she's going to be talking about manifesting. And this is what it looks like when you are really tapped in, tuned in, and turned on, and you're doing this type of work, right? Tiffany Haddish ain't got no Orishas, I'm sure. If she does, I don't know about it. But she ain't tapped into the mental root as far as I know, right? But these practices are independent of all of that, right? This is when you get beyond using tools. This is when you get beyond using, I'm not saying that you don't use any of these tools, but the whole goal of using these tools is to not have to use these tools, if that makes sense. The whole purpose of lighting the candles and all that, the whole purpose of the spirit bath, the whole purpose of the Solomon seals, the whole purpose of the crystals, et cetera, is for you to become the highest version of yourself. So you radiate that energy on your own for whatever you try to do in the tangible world. You're supposed to be able to radiate that energy and generate that energy on your own. And this is what it looks like when you start to do it. Listen to this. Now watch what this guy looks like. This dude looks just like Common. This dude looks just like Common. Watch what they're gonna do a close up. All right, we don't care about that. That's that. So we don't care about all that. But so basically, I guess it's a little further down, but so basically, stop there. So basically, in that clip that I showed you, she was just manifest. She was talking about she wanted coconuts, the man on the coconut came. She talking about she wanted a certain food just happened to come by. She's talking about she wanted to see Common. She broke up with Common. She missed him. A dude that looked just like Common, she met in the club. The next day, she found out that the dude that looked like Common years back posted that everybody said that he looked like Common. When you are in sync, this is what they call luck. When you are consciously creating your reality, when you are saying things like, oh, I want to see somebody, and they call you, right? Or you're thinking about somebody, and then they reach out to you. When you're generating energy, frequency, and vibration for certain things, and you are doing this over time, this is when the magic happens. This is what the magic is. The magic is about. I don't think she prayed to an Orisha for that, y'all. I don't think she put that on an altar. But I've seen other interviews with Tiffany Haddish, and she talks about having water and talking about she reads success water. She drinks success water. She drinks success juice, and she eats success meals. She's generating an energy, frequency, and vibration. She is generating. She's generating this. She's generating this. She's generating this. So the wings of her thoughts, the wings of her intentions manifested. You are the magic. 2022 will show you are the magic. Those of you who don't do this type of work in 2022 will be caught up in not being the magic. This will be the most depressing year of your life. This will be the most disconnected year of your life that you will feel. This will be the most I can't find anybody and I keep trying year of your life. This will be the I ain't messing with nobody. I don't like girls no more. I'm gonna fuck with guys. I don't like guys no more. I'm gonna fuck with girls. This is the type of year because people are gonna want to connect no matter what. This is the year where you will be immersed in social media. You will be immersed in the metaverse. You will be immersed because you don't know how to connect with people and generate and create your own reality. The girl just said this. I'm not saying this from my own mouth. The girl just said she was thinking about Common, and then she went to the club, and a dude that looked just like Common, who posted years back that he was mistaken for Common, was in the club. That's magic, my nigga. That's magic. Fuck out of here. with your fancy clothes and your fancy suits and your fancy greetings. That's what I'm talking about. And guess what? There's people of all cultures, walks, and way of life doing shit just like that. But you caught up in some black shit, so-called black shit. You got these people race baiting you, an ambulance chasing. Every time a white person does something to a black person, they posting it and making you feel bad. And you think these people, because they have a knowledge of some history, got your interest, best interest, your heart, and want you to feel this. No, they want you to feel anxiety, nigga, so that you could be, they want you to feel stressed. It's no different than a preacher at church that's always telling you about the devil, so you can pay him to take you to heaven. Fuck out of here. I'm sorry. It has the number 2. It has the strongest intuition. It is the able to sense currents and feelings instinctively. Then use these cues to connect with others empathetically or empathically. If you're a woman, you're an empath by nature. Please stop saying that like it's such a special thing. You have a higher degree of emotions. So you're a nurturer by nature. So yes, you are an empath. Congratulations. The fuck does that mean? When, you know what I'm saying? What does that mean when you don't have the empathic ability to know that you're not supposed to wife a nigga after one time sleeping with him, or you're not supposed to wife somebody after the first date? You can think what you want, and of course it's natural to see a future and envision a future with somebody that you might meet and like. But to not go through a proper vetting process, and you don't go through the proper vetting process, or you come out and have the wrong intentions, right? I've had women say, yo, let's just have a sexual relationship. I'm like, okay, that's great. And I'm only saying this because we're dealing with the number 2, and the number 2 is feminine. I'm not trying to attack any women or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? But there's women who'll be like, yo, and women, y'all are going to be women have to be very, very careful this year. Very, very careful, because they're going to be trying to use you and use women to start, implement, and generate an energy, frequency, and vibration around certain agendas that are detrimental to society as a whole. But you have to get in your wisdom bag, ladies. You have to get in your wisdom bag. We need y'all to get in y'all wisdom bag. How you gonna try to be a Cardi B, a city girl, Megan Thee Stallion, talking about do this to men, do that to men, do this to men, but they all got husbands and they all booed up, and they not doing that to their men. You better think. Rest in power to Aretha. You better think what they trying to do to me. Think. This is a year you got to be on point. You got to be on point. And I'm going to show you how to be on point. Don't worry. Rock got you. So your intuition is what's going to get you. Not how fly your car is, not how dope your purse is, not how fly your sneakers are, not how big your house is, not how beautiful it is, not how you fly on private jets, not your Instagram selfies that you're on different islands and boats. It's going to take wisdom to get you through 2022. This shit is going down, and most people don't even see it. People are more disconnected than ever before. The kids are killing themselves. Left and right, the kids are killing each other, left and right. We ain't got no intuition. We got algorithms. So this is a year where those of you who are manipulators, the gaslighters, the narcissists, of course, nobody admits that they are, right? But those of you that are, and those of you who look at people as opportunity, right? Look at people to see what you can get out of them. Look at people, you know, for instance, if you say, yo, we'll go back to my example. If you like, yo, let's just be sex partners, right? That's what we're going to be. But your real goal is to be in a relationship, that's just going to backfire. Now, if you didn't really have that intention and it just happened to happen, that's a different story. But if your intention was to manipulate the situation in your favor, if your intention is to get a man so that he can pay all your bills, if your intention is to get a girl just to have her on your arm and she looks good and to have loads of sex with her and to brag about her, or vice versa, to brag about him and take selfies, if your goal is to use manipulative tactics, gaslighting, shit like that, it's not going to be good for you to see. It's a 2-year. It's how you make people feel. And how you make people feel is going to circulate back to you as fast as fuck, because it's a triple 2-year. Mind, soul, and spirit will be aligned. And intuition is going to be heightened. People are going to see your bullshit. People that are on it, people that are on their wisdom are going to see your bullshit. A lot of women are going celibate because they can't find men that are doing this type of work. Men just want to have the nice cars, the nice houses, you know, because we caught up in the algorithm too. We caught up in the algorithm too. You want to have the biggest car, the biggest house, the most money, you know, and a man is supposed to provide and supposed to have some paper. Don't get me wrong, man, you definitely should be out here with some ambition. You definitely should be out here getting to your bag. You definitely should be out here getting to your money. All that fiat, I don't want to hear a man talk about, oh, it's fiat money. The fuck out of here with that shit. How the fuck are you on Wi-Fi? How the fuck are you watching me? Somebody's paying the goddamn phone bill, the light bill, the electric bill, the internet package, nigga. Fuck out of here. I hate when I hear men say, oh, it's fiat money, or money isn't real, or everything isn't about money. And you're a fucking man, get the fuck out of here. Where's your nuts? Where's your ambition? Where's your go get it? Where's your go make something happen? I've never been happy without money in my pocket or money in my bank account. That is not to say you gotta be rich or anything, but you should, you know, there's times I've been broke, but I'm not gonna say I'm happy about it. I've been happy about it. If I've been broke, my whole goal is to figure out how not to be broke immediately, expeditiously. Your man is supposed to protect, provide, produce something, and problem solve. And a wise woman is going to look for that in you. If you cannot do that, if you are weak, if you cannot show her dominance, if you cannot show her that you could lead, if you cannot show her that you could control situations, if you cannot show her that you could control yourself, she's not going to fuck with you in 2022. There's going to be plenty of women out here throwing ass all over the place in 2022 because people are going to be looking to connect. But they're not going to connect with certain type of men. It's going to be a great year for relationships. It's going to be a great year for marriages. It's going to be a great year for romances. It's going to be a great year for people waking up, for people coming out of their slumber, for people coming out of their sleep. But are you prepared to meet opportunity? Are you the highest version of yourself? Be honest with yourself. Are you the best version of yourself? Don't just think because you're great in bed. Don't just think because you have a whole bunch of money. Don't just think because you have a fat ass and you are pretty, you got big titties or whatever, and you got some good pussy, that's enough. Both sides will be looking for more from each other because the situation is too critical to be just out here procreating with anybody. The situation is too critical to just be partnering with everybody. As I showed y'all earlier, the world is not getting better. It is getting worse because it is deconstructing. It is changing, it's transformation. So that's the negative energy, so to speak. But the yin is the yin and the yang. The positive energy is that it's changed, even though it's worse. People are unplugging from the matrix. People are becoming, quote unquote, woke. And woke is the first step towards enlightenment. But woke is not it, having all the information, knowing all the books and knowing all the history dates. And wanting to have these, a lot of people just want to have spiritual experiences. You know, they want to feel something that they never feel before. They want to see an ancestor. They want to see a ghost. They want to see an alien spaceship. How the fuck does that help you and your kids? How the fuck does that help you pay your bills? How does that fuck does that help you have a better communication with your family, better communication with your friends, better communication with your loved ones, better communication with your lover? Or you the victim, right? Because that's a negative aspect too of this year on the flip side. Because you could think you're the victim, heavy victim, actually, heavy victim energy. It's their fault. It's their fault. The reason why this continues going on is because you hear the logic. The reason this is still going on is because people won't take the hokey pokey. You're going to hear that heavy this year. Heavy. Because besides what they're telling you, the metrics that they're telling you, all this 97% of this business, the healthcare system, 97% of schooling, 98, they always hide 90% numbers of people who actually took the hokey pokey when they put these mandates out. But I'm talking to real people here in New York where these scam dates first came down. There's not as many people as they're saying at all. In fact, in New York City, when they put the scam date with the teachers, they got bus drivers and school lunch cafeteria people and security guards that they are making teachers. And it's happening in your state, most likely as well. There are shortages. You think all these flights getting canceled by Christmas is just because people are getting sick and getting the flu? No, what they're not telling you is people quit. People's like, F that, I'm gonna go on OnlyFans. F that, I'm gonna go on YouTube and I'm gonna start a gossip page. I'm gonna start a reaction page. F that, I'm gonna do this or I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go on Instagram. I'm gonna go on Facebook. I'm gonna talk my talk. I'm gonna get back into my comedy. I'm gonna get back into my hobbies. I'm gonna get back into the things that I love for real. That's the positive, right? But the negative is you had to leave your job. You had to make a sacrifice. Those of you who have, some of you can't. You got kids, you got things, you can't make that sacrifice, right? It's not to demonize anybody or anything like that. It just is what it is. It's a yin and yang to everything. But I will say this, in honesty, you had time, my nigga. So don't be like, oh, they forced me. You should have saw this shit coming. You should have saw this shit coming. Because me and the people in my circle, we did. And we ain't no better than none of you. So the healers, y'all gonna be lit this year. People that are healing people, because again, it's about connection. Y'all gonna be lit. The people that are trying to help people are trying to enlighten people are trying to put people on the right path. Y'all gonna be lit just like y'all been lit since 2020, since the scam did. The sincere people, you know, y'all gonna be lit. And I'm not just talking about financially, I'm talking about happiness, peace, power, and prosperity, and health. Y'all gonna be lit in that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all think, I hope a lot of y'all get a lot of money, for real. I hope a lot of y'all get a lot of money in 2022. Because I want y'all, because a lot of y'all think when y'all get to hit a certain bag, that's gonna be it. Y'all gonna be like the greatest person and the happiest person in the world. And when you get to that point, you get that bag, and I'm speaking from experience, you will see that that's not enough to make you happy. That's not enough to put you in peace. That's not enough to make you feel like the world is you know, full of butterflies and motherfucking orange blossoms and shit like that. Let's see. Shout out Howard Pachita. Shout out to the spiritual homie. Said Patrick King of Alberta, Pooh recorded Don't Exist, the Stu Peters show on BitChute. Okay. Not familiar with those things. Holla, but I'll take your word for it. But yeah, I could go more into the scamdemic, but I got videos on that. You can check that out. And what it really is. And, go from there. But I've been sick twice since this whole thing happened. I'm still here. Still looking good. I no cough. 2 days tops. But anyway, 2 days tops, recovered. So the healers, right? Y'all are going to be lit. There's going to be a lot of gossiping going on, right? A lot of groups, right? A lot of people engaging in groups. Be careful with the groups that you're with, that you're being part of. Be careful with the groups of people that you're engaged with. Be careful with the groups. Be careful of the groups of people that you associate with now and in the future, because people are going to be looking to group up. People are going to be looking to join groups, right? The Facebook groups are going to be lit, more packed than ever before. And you really, 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 really got to be careful, right? Because a lot of those Facebook groups are very toxic. You actually question these Facebook groups with these so-called experts, and you'll ask what a chakra is, for instance, and you'll just have a whole bunch of people. You in a spiritual group, you ask them about a chakra, you got a whole bunch of these so-called spiritual people, right? These people on high frequencies and vibrations that'll just want to laugh and put somebody down because they asked the question. So be careful of the vibration of these groups. Be careful of the vibration of these things. Be careful of emotional language. The two is a number of emotion. Be careful of being seduced by emotional language so that you don't do your own research and you don't do your own vetting. There's going to be a lot of that going on. There's going to be a lot of, oh, well, they all did it. The group all did it. Why aren't you doing it? There's going to be a lot of guilt-inducing in 2022. You're going to have the ability to be wise. You have the ability to critically think. You're going to have the ability to manage your emotions and manage your feelings. To say, hold up, this sounds great. Man, this person is sounding great. But all right, this feels good for a moment, but let me look a little deeper in this. Let me look a little deeper into what this is going on. There's some people, as soon as they produced the hokey pokey, the first hokey pokey, they were running. I was in Brooklyn. I saw the line for people taking a booster. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. The first day they put the booster out in New York City, I could not believe that I was going to pick up my daughter. I could not believe how long the line was. You've already taken 2 and it didn't work. You think this third? You really did. Is it that bad to eat some vegetables? Is it that bad to start working out? I'm just saying. Is it that hard? And then people want to talk about their ancestors did this and their ancestors did that, and racism this and racism that. But you have all these opportunities now and you're not taking advantage of it in 2021, 2022 now? To eat what you want, to work out when you want, to have a certain lifestyle the way you want to have it. A lot of gossip, people connecting, okay? Be careful of the gossipers, the people in your family that gossip, the people that always got something negative to say about somebody, the people that's always putting down somebody, the people that's always hating on somebody, right? I remember I was dating somebody before, and I remember every girl that I talked about that I was like, oh, she's attractive. Oh, she looks good. Oh, shit. I would, this is the person I'm gonna use my hall pass on this particular celebrity, right? Let me just use Megan Good. I think she's hot, right? I think she's fucking beautiful. But I'm gonna meet Megan Good, right? Shit, if I see Megan Good, baby, you gotta let me use this hall pass. Like, I gotta hit that. You know what I'm saying? And everybody, even if it was a regular person, she always shitted on. She never was like, yo, yeah, she is beautiful. Even if, and I'd be playing, talking that hall pass shit or whatever. But you're just saying but you might be like, yo, she look good. I understand, talking shit, playing around, right? But anybody that I would bring up that I thought was beautiful other than her, or I thought that looked good other than her, she would shit on. She would break down. She would talk shit about. right? And I realized after a while that was her tactic, right? It was just a psychological manipulative tactic, but so that she wouldn't quote unquote lose her man. But you have to watch out for people like that. You have to be on point. You have to, again, use wisdom. You have to be able to think critically. You have to be able to manage your emotions. You have to have high levels of emotional intelligence. Your emotional intelligence is what's going to lead to intuition. Emotional intelligence, the byproduct of that is intuition. That's what everybody wants. You want to be able to intuit people's motives, people's behavior, to intuit the vibration of the day, to intuit, oh, maybe I don't go to the World Trade Center September 11th. Maybe I'll call out sick. Something just told me not to go in that day. Yeah, my intuition's telling me that today, let me stay in the house. And then people, or my intuition's telling me, nah, let me not go to the club that my homies want to go to. Let me just chill today. Quick story. I told the story before, but I had a situation as a kid, right? My friend got into a fight. Rest in power to Kenyatta. I love you, King. One of my ancestors I roll with. But Kenyatta got in a fight, and he and the person that he fought with, it was just like the person he was basically trying to get back his own property, and the other person was fronting him. So they had a fight. The person that took Kenyatta's property came back and did a drive-by. Before they came back and did a drive-by, I was out there on the block. I was out there on the block hanging out, doing what young Black people do, right, that are from the hood. My intuition told me to bring your ass home, a loud ass voice. Again, I've told this story before. This happened to me multiple times in many different scenarios, right? My intuition told me to bring your ass. It was like, bring your ass home. It was loud. And I couldn't really understand why, right? And it's almost like my mind made me think of something to go home and get, but I really didn't need it. I needed. Well, my mind was like, go home. You know what I'm saying? Go use the bathroom in your house or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I forget exactly what it was, but it was something that, because I remember I was fighting. I'm a kid, you know? I was fighting. Now, I was taller than all my friends. I still am, the friends that I know from back then. And the voice saved my life because this particular individual that was fighting with Kiana came back and killed him and did a drive-by and shot up the block. So we was all hanging out. So me being the tallest one, guess who probably would have got hit first? And wouldn't be here to deliver this beautiful message. So you want to be in tune. You want to start to listen to your gut. And if you've been listening to your gut in your past and listening to your gut in the past didn't work and you've made mistakes, try it this year. Try it now. And the more you listen to your gut, guess what? The more you'll be tapped into your intuition. The more you continue, it's just like lifting weights. When you first lift the weight, the muscle is not going to develop. When you first meditate, you're not going to go into the deepest data state. It takes time. Anything that's worth anything is going to take time. Your microwave version of a wife or a girlfriend that you want real quick, and you want to get real quick, it's not going to work. Your microwave version of wanting a man real quick, and your biological clock is ticking, and for XYZ, it ain't going to work. You're going to have to take time. That's a Saturn perspective. That's when wisdom, Tehuti, meets will, power, Heru, and then it meets Saturn. Time, Saturn chronos, time, organization, discipline, structure. Also, 222 adds up to 6. The 6th house is ruled by Virgo. Virgo is ruled by Mercury, all right? So the 6th house also rules health, big themes, healing, daily work that's necessary. Some of y'all are crying broke, but y'all don't want to work no job. Y'all want to be Instagram influencers, YouTubers, this and that. Some of these things ain't working for some of y'all. The reason it's not working is because you got to get a job, my nigga. You got to work a 9 to 5. I'm sorry, I know you don't want to do it. But in 2022, it's going to force you. Or you're going to be in poverty. big poverty. You're going to be complaining about rich people. You're going to be watching all these conspiracy theories that everybody that's rich, everybody that has money is in the Illuminati. Every celebrity that is successful is in the Illuminati. Every celebrity that dies is part of a ritual. You're going to be watching these videos on a consistent basis because it justifies you being poor. It justifies you not being successful. It justifies you not having ambition. It justifies you not doing what's necessary to get you to where you want to be. This week, my spirit was like, yo, nigga, you ain't work out in like 3 months. The fuck is up? You got to work out. You got to get back on your grind, especially going into 2022. I had a battle because I usually don't really start working out till like mid-January, right? I usually have a space like November, December where I kind of stopped. But this year, my spirit was like, nah, you got to work out. I got a Heru tattooed on my bicep, ironically. And that Heru tattooed on my bicep, or that Horus, right, tattooed on my bicep, is to remind me that I do need to, and it's ironic, but that I do have to work out in order to keep my spirit generating, right? To keep my spirit, what's the best way to say it? I do have to work out in order to have the necessary energy to feel my most high self. It's just something that's part of me. So the thing it's on my bicep as a reminder that that's what helps fuel my willpower, right? That's what helps fuel my God power. But it's something that I have to do. The spirit was like, nah, they said we got to start early. And I really didn't understand. And it was a battle, me versus me. I didn't want to do it. Today, I didn't want to do it. I had a great time last night. Today I didn't want to do it, but guess what? I got my ass down, did some push-ups. Yesterday I didn't want to do it. It was New Year's Eve. I got them weights up though. I feel better because I did it. That's me following the God within versus me following, whatever else I was gonna do. Watch Netflix, smoke a tree, even read a book that's fucking, scientific. Versus doing what Spirit told me to do. I feel great. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I'm doing it. You're going to have to do things that are necessary in 2022, not necessarily what you want to do, not necessarily what your emotions, what your feelings. You're broke. You have no legacy to leave anybody. You have no insurance. You have no stocks. You have no investments. You have nothing but a check that's coming in every other week. I understand. I've been there. You have no money in savings. This year is the year to change all of that. But you're going to have to do what's necessary, not necessarily what you want to do. You might need a husband. You might need a wife to help you get through these things. And maybe you can't be polygamous, nigga. Maybe you just need one to figure out how to deal with one for a while. Some of y'all men ain't been in relationships more than 6 months, more than a year. You've never been in a long-term relationship, but you want to be polygamous. If you don't know how to deal with one, how you gonna know how to deal with two or more? Let me check on y'all real quick. Yeah, Straight Panther said being comfortable with uncomfortability. How Vegeta said, you got to work toward building it back up. Yeah, work toward building it back up. I'm going to be working with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I need to trust my gut more too. Again, I'm not perfect. I'm never going to come on here like I'm perfect. I'm going to be with y'all. But, and you need some sort of daily routine that's going to help you tap into your spirituality. You got to figure that out. I'm not here to figure that out for you. But you're hearing me, I'm a guide, but once this video goes off, you got to live your normal life. So you got to figure out what you're going to do. All right, so, and this is also dealing, Tehuti is Ru. So the 6th house, right, is Heru. It's rules, health, healing, daily work that's necessary. Also service, what do you, A lot of y'all want something for nothing. You watch these speakers on YouTube, not just talking about me, but you watch all these speakers, you go from channel to channel, you never donate, you never give anybody any money, you never give anybody any cash apps, you never buy any products. You continue to expect to be given knowledge, wisdom, and understanding for nothing. What do you think you're going to get in exchange? Nothing. Because you give nothing, you will get nothing. The law of money is circulation. Money circulates. That's why they say money never sleeps. Money is constantly circulating. Why do you think they got all these philanthropists? People have to have all these rich people who do philanthropy and they give money away. All these organizations give money away. Because you have to give to get. They understand the principles. True spiritual principles. What are you in service to? What are you in service of? Who do you serve? Well, who do you give to besides your kids? Besides somebody that's in your family, besides your girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, partner. How are you serving anybody else other than yourself? It's a year of coming together. Come together right now. Who are you going to come together with, though? Because 2 is also a year of mirrors. It's a year of reflections, right? 2, again, is a number of Tehuti, or Thoth, but when you're looking at Thoth, which is this particular character here, the ibis bird, peace to the god, Tehuti, right? This particular, and when we're talking about these deities, again, we're not talking about real, like, there's nobody that walked around this planet with an animal head. This is a representation. These are zoomorphic, what they call zoomorphic properties. This is a representation of the energy, the frequency, and the vibration that the animal has. As I've said this before, the frequency of a dog is totally different than the frequency of a cat. That's totally different than the frequency of a squirrel. That's totally different than the frequency of a snake. But they all are part of the animal kingdom. So this is just a representation of the energy behind a falcon and the energy behind an ibis bird, right? Which is what Tehuti or Thoth is. But if you look on his head, Tehuti has a crescent moon, right? This is the crescent moon on his head. And this crescent moon is a representation. Peace, thank you, Straight Panther. And again, I wasn't saying that for y'all to donate, although I appreciate the donations. Trust me, because you see I've been doing this live for a minute. And it's time and it's energy, and I could definitely be doing something else. But Spirit leads me to do this, so I do it out of the kindness of my heart, really from my heart chakra. Right. But I'm saying, if you're going channel to channel and you're messing with these different people and you are never donating, that's a sin, my nigga, for real. These people are giving up their time. These people are giving up their energy. Those of y'all who see me go to different channels, y'all see me donate. Again, I'm not better than any of y'all, but I understand the law. And if you're providing me some quality, if you're providing me some wisdom, if you're providing me some understanding, you're helping my life become better, then why not circulate that back to you in the form of currency? Why not circulate that back to you in the form of currency? And the best currency I have, besides hugging you and kissing your face, you know what I'm saying, and shaking your hand on the internet, is like, give you some money, you know? So, but going back into this, so on the moon card, the moon on the tarot deck is, but I do appreciate the donations. So thank you, Straight Panther. And so the moon, right? This moon deity, Tehuti, this reflection of wisdom. Now we know the opposite when you give the moon card in the tarot. Those of you who into the tarot, it can deal with illusions, right? You not seeing the truth, because the moon is basically gets its light from the sun. The reason you see the moon at night is because the sun is shining on it. It's just not shining on your side of the earth at that particular moment. So, but the sun is still out there. So the moon is a reflection of the light of the sun, or the light of this particular gentleman right here. right? Heru, Horus, who represents the sun. So in order to really get to where you want to, again, Tehuti meeting Heru and Saturn is you having, and I'm looking at this and I'm saying, oh, we're in the age of Aquarius. Aquarius is the water bearer. So this is actually a hieroglyph, a real hieroglyph. This is just somebody's artistic representation of it. You could you could do this yourself, pull this up on your own, this particular hieroglyph. Just type in Tehuti and Heru, and it'll come up. Well, Horus and Thoth, TH or 2H, and it'll come up. But anyway, but I like this because it's just clearer, you know. But anyway, if you see these arms are all around, because when you have wisdom, spiritual wisdom, the wisdom comes from within. Wisdom is not going to be coming from a book. Books gives you cues to gain wisdom. Books gives you cues, but what if the author that you're reading is full of shit? Or if the author that you're reading is telling you the wrong thing? If you didn't work this out in your own mind, you're just going to take the author by authority because you are emotionally, again, the moon, right? Emotionally led. And you may be caught up in an illusion, right? So you really have to temper the light, which is the sun disk right here. You have to temper the light that you are shining on your moon. And Heru represents the light, okay? So they are in exchange. And you may say, well, how can you say the will becomes before wisdom? Well, they don't, none of them really come before each other, right? There's no verses here between them two. There's really no verses. They work in conjunction with each other. Because without a will, you're not going to have wisdom. And without wisdom, your willpower is fucked up. Your willpower is going to magnetize bullshit to you. You know how many people out here in this world are using their willpower? And I know I always talk about people, but I know somebody, I don't say no names though, but I know somebody, man, that I was hanging around with. And I was like, I said, I never seen somebody with so many problems. But they were a very negative person, very cynical. The world's against, the world's against them. This is conspiracy. People are watching me. Million cameras in the house, million cameras outside the house, spying on everybody, even spying on me. I'm like, damn, you got a camera in the bathroom on me? Like a mini camera I can't even see? Like nervous, scared of everything. And just negative about people, negative about their outlook on life, negative about their future interactions. And all sorts of crazy shit used to happen to them. But they won't never say that they manifested that on their own. They're going to blame it. Again, that's the victim shit. They're going to blame it on some other shit because it's easier to say that. But I should say that. But that person, their wisdom was not generating the right light. So the reflection of light and the emotions was leading their will to pour bullshit, as you see these alms being poured on, bullshit in their life. All sorts of complications, all sorts of unnecessary repairs, all these different things happening. So this year is going to be a reflection of who you are. It's going to be a mirror of who you are. The two is ultimately the one sinking. It's like Neo and Smith at the Matrix, the previous Matrix, not the new one that happened, but the previous Matrix with Neo and Smith, when Neo went and put his hand inside Smith and they became one. But everybody that you have in your life is a reflection of you, besides your parents. Everybody else that you've chosen, my parents, siblings, close to family members, you can't really, But the people that you choose to put in your life, they're a reflection of you. That boyfriend, girlfriend that you hate, that's a reflection of you because you chose them. That job you don't like, that's a reflection of you because you chose it. You're working it. That career, that place you live, that's a reflection of you because you're in it. You got to be honest with that. You got to be honest with yourself about that. Can't play the victim in 2022. That shit will fuck your life up this year. Facts. When you're talking about Tehuti, you're also talking about the Kabbalion. I didn't pull this up, but let's do it right now. Kabbalion, they called it Hermetics. As you've seen when I pulled it up, the 7 Hermetic principles. I would say it is the 7 Kemetic principles of Tehuti, not though, because I'm not Greek. My culture is not Greek. So you're not just going to steal my legacy and I repeat it. But I'm doing this because I'm teaching. So I'm using thought and Tehuti interchangeably. But the Kabbalion, the 7 Kemetic principles, is going to be key this year. It says the principles of truth are 7. He who knows these understandably possesses the magic key before whose touch all the doors of the temple fly open. Uh-oh. Understanding possesses the magic key before whose touch all the doors of the temple fly open. Fly open. Fly open. Where did we say some wings? Fly open. You see the wings? This is a symbol of good health, right? This is what the medical community took. I'm going to use this as their symbol of good health. So the wings are up here. The wings are not on the back. The wings are on top. So these are the 7 Hermetic principles. If you don't know what they are, try to memorize this. When I was part of the Nation of Gods and Earths, right? I need to stop sharing real quick because I need to see this. When I was part of the Nation of Gods and Earths in the 90s, you could not go outside and build in the gods what they had called a cipher. And it would basically be a circle of men, usually men, sometimes women, but usually men. And what they would do is they would basically be building. If you are here, please hit the chat. I appreciate it. Please hit the like button. I do appreciate it. And what they would do is you had to, when you came outside, right, I would listen. The gods were my first exposure to Black men speaking about stars and the moon and science, and the Earth is 92 million miles away from the sun, and sound travels at 120 feet per second, and different things like that. And some of those things have changed over time, those numbers, right? But different things like that, I wasn't exposed to what the devil is, the 85%, the 5%, the 10%, right? I didn't have any type of, I was just an ignorant, regular ass nigga. I didn't really know nothing about none of this stuff. And the gods, thankfully they were outside, they were outside building, and I was able to listen, and it caught my ear because I already had a magnetic resonance to it, right? But it caught my ear. And, once I started to learn and I got my enlightener, shout out to Supreme, if he's still out there, but my enlightener Supreme, he was like, yo, I had 2 enlighteners actually, Supreme and another brother. But my main enlightenment was Supreme. He was the one who gave me the lessons and kind of drilled me on the lessons. And you couldn't go inside the ciphers if you did not have these things memorized, if you did not have certain concepts memorized. A lot of y'all just listen to a YouTube video, go from YouTube to YouTube to YouTube to YouTube to YouTube, and if somebody asks you the same thing, and I've done this with people, somebody asks you what they were talking about, or how do you see it, or what's I gotta look again, I gotta watch it again, I gotta think again. Well, guess what? You weren't, sir, ma'am, doing the knowledge for yourself. You weren't getting wisdom through experiencing your understanding of it yourself. So you just got a whole bunch of knowledge, but no wisdom, and you can't even wisely re-give what you got. You just got a half-baked concept in your head based on what somebody told you in a YouTube video. And you meet somebody like me, who is a critical thinker, and there are many of us out here, somebody unlike me who is an atheist or into science and just peer-reviewed things, and they ask you questions and they shit on your whole spirituality, and you don't understand how the law of attraction, you don't understand why different colors of a candle work, you don't understand why spirit bats, you don't have any type of critical understanding of none of these concepts that you could really explain. You just getting information off YouTubes and Instagrams, TikToks. You got to memorize. You got to learn how to memorize things for yourself and have an understanding of these things for yourself and work things out. And do not tell me you don't have time, because I know you watching all these seasons of all these different shows. I know you watch the Jeffersons and you watch Martin and you watch your reruns, Jamie Foxx show. I know what y'all niggas is doing. I know. And some of it I'm doing with y'all too. But I'm like Neo. I come in the matrix and I get out the matrix. Some of y'all just stay in the matrix. And y'all think because y'all following certain speakers that y'all not in the matrix. Y'all think because y'all got some information and you're quote unquote woke, you are not in the matrix. You might be more in the matrix than ever. It's like the Oracle said in the second matrix, there's programs running programs. There's a program for conscious niggas. There's a program for spiritual niggas. There's a program if you are mad at your girl. There's a program if you're mad at your man. There's a program if you want to eat what you want and do what you want. There's a program for anything. If you like milk, there's a program if you like goat cheese, right? There's a program to cover you. But how are you going to program yourself amongst the programs? That's the main program. You program yourself. You're the ultimate programmer. But if you don't program yourself in 2022, the algorithm will get you. So I just want to talk about that. Again, I'm not doing this video for replay. You know, if you watch it after, people watch it after this, I'm thankful. But I'm doing this really for y'all who are watching, y'all who are observing, and y'all who really want to get an understanding of how to become better. You know, if you want to spell, go to Pinterest and type in whatever spell you want. There's all the spells are on the internet. Like, you don't even really need to buy a book of spells at this point. There's spells all over the place on the internet. Go to Pinterest, money spell, love spell, money jar, love jar, voodoo jar. Within that's less than 20 seconds, you'll find information that you need to get what you want to get. And of course, we all start out that way. Start out with your little baby spells, but you should be at some point, especially in 2022. It's a balancing year at some point where you are being able to intuit your own spells. Some of y'all taking spells from me, spells from other people on other channels. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that, right? But we came up with this shit for us. Our intuition got this. If I give you a spell, it was a spell given to me. That spell may not work for you. What's your spell? What's your manifestation for new moon, full moon? I'm not saying don't use, if you don't have any idea, not using the spells that I or anybody else gives you as a guide. But remember, those are given to us for us. Maybe I might be the realest one talking for real. Because I'm really not in my ego with this shit. I really want everybody to win, for real. So let's go back to the Kabbalah. I know my people's mad at me, but I don't care. Yeah, Straight Panther, you got your ass kicked if you couldn't show and prove. Yes, we talking about the 5% nation of gods and earths. Yes, if you couldn't, if you went in them ciphers in the 90s, bro, Queen, King, you went in those ciphers in the 90s, you didn't know your lessons? You didn't know your lessons? You didn't know the square mileage of the earth? You didn't know how fast sound travels? You didn't know them word for word? You was going to get fucked up. Facts. But you know what? It helped make some very smart brothers. I being wonderful. So I am grateful. Shout out to Clarence the 13X. So this is the Kabbalion, all right? 7 Hermetic principles. 7 Hermetic. And honestly, I wish the gods were more popular because I feel like a lot of y'all young men just be caught up. A lot of y'all just be caught up in whatever's popping, whatever's trendy. There's no real critical thinking. There's no real leadership and ideas. Everybody's gossiping. I never seen, and I'm not talking like some dude that's out of touch or whatever, or just so far gone. I feel like I'm 18 with y'all, right? But I've never seen so many men gossiping, like so many men talking about other men on the internet. So many men making their careers on YouTube by talking about other people, like women. Like that's what women do. That's what women do. That's what women are built to do. They are nesters, right? Men, when we all come together to do something, we ain't put helping us. A man's not helping another man put on his suit or fix his hair or brush his hair, and and fix their accessories and shit like that. We might help with just a tie and shit or rub some lint off your blazer or whatever. But women do that. Women come together and will put on a bra and will help put on makeup and will brush another woman's hair and do another woman's hair, and they'll all get together and be naked and shit. And it's no big deal. That's what women do. And that's why they are into gossip. That's a negative aspect of that nesting principle, of that nurturing principle of being wanting to be together. So when they have problems, they call each other. And they might be on a 3-way, girl. Men don't do that. But these new men, and then all y'all is butthurt, and you want to go on Kevin Samuels' page, and you want to go on this coach's page, and you want to talk shit about women with this, you're not developing, you don't have any knowledge. You don't have a purpose. You don't have any direction. You don't have any leadership skills. You don't have any dominant skills. You don't even dominate your woman in the bedroom because you're not emotionally connected. You're so logically thinking. So you're taking some moves that you got off motherfucking porn. But when you're sleeping with her, you don't know how to feel her through, to know when to touch her waist, to know when to touch her ass, to know if she's comfortable with you pulling her hair. You think because you got the biggest dick in the world, that's it. There's no critical thinking. It's just people in their feelings and men gossiping like hoes. Like hoes, making money off of you by talking about celebrities every single day. I don't even want to be around no man like that. And you shouldn't either if you're a man. That's for women. You shouldn't want to be around a man that's talking about people all day. How you gonna produce? You talk about somebody all day. It's a woman's job. And women really shouldn't be gossiping, but I'm just saying that's more in line with a woman because of the way y'all collaborate and associate with each other. Man is mind. He's supposed to be focused on creating legacy. He's supposed to be focused on creating something. He's supposed to be focused on producing, providing something. Seven Hermetic principles upon which the entire Hermetic philosophy is based on as follows. The principle of mentalism, all is mind, all right? The principle of correspondence. Correspondence is as above, so below. So everything corresponds with each other. That means if it's chaos here, that means it's going to be, if there's chaos here on Earth, there's going to be chaos in the universe and so forth. If there's peace here on Earth, there's going to be peace in the universe and so forth and so on. You've noticed since this whole Jabbington and everything that's been happening, right? Things have been going crazy, way more crazy. Because the Earth, it literally has been going crazy, right? These poles, the effects of these pole shifts, right? Snow in Texas, all these hurricanes, these volcanoes, shit, they was just, I think I got this, yeah. It was just anyway, there was just the other day. Fish fell from the sky and waned over a Texas town in a weather phenomenon. Now, this is more Jupiter and Pisces, and we'll talk about that more tomorrow with my guest, Divine Feminine Works. But it said fish fell from the sky and rained over a Texas town in a weather phenomenon. So this is not normal, nor is it normal to have a mask over your face for 8 hours, 9, 10 hours a day. Nor is it normal for your kids to have a mask over their face while they're trying to learn. Oxygen is the most important thing in the universe. In this, well, not the universe, but in this particular universe, as a human that you are in, oxygen is the most important. Oxygen intake helps increase blood flow. It helps stimulate your brain. It powers both hemispheres of your brain, your body. You need blood flow. Oxygen, again, is connected to nature. The trees produce oxygen. You breathe in oxygen from your trees, from nature. That's why they want to keep you 6 feet apart and keep your ass at home, so you never go outside and you fall victim to the plants. But they're not going to win, ultimately. They know that this is their last stand, but they're trying to bring as many people down as they can. This isn't what happened. This isn't why it was raining fish. They're just showing, because I watched this video already. They're just showing something. All right, we're almost done. I promise. It's like, damn, it's the longest video ever. It's New Year's. It's New Year Day. What you got to do? It's New Year's Day. We start the year right? It's probably gonna be our longest video ever. All right, what I wanted to get into the combine, so we can get back to that. So the principle of mentalism, the universe is mental. So everything starts with the mind. The mind is all correspondence as above, so below. So I was talking about the chaos. It's chaotic outside, it's chaotic inside, all right? And same thing with not being, with peace, being peaceful. Principle of vibration, all right? You know, there's negative vibes, you know, there's low vibes. I don't need to go in depth to that. Polarity, everything has an equal and opposite, polar opposite. So the easiest way to talk about polarity is, let's use polar, all right? You got cold, polar bears, right? North Pole and a South Pole, all right? So polarity, North Pole, South Pole could be the same thing as high vibration, low vibration. It could be the same thing as above, so below. You see the twos in Tehuti, in orth. Polarity, rhythm, okay? You know rhythm, there's rhythms that make you feel good. There's rhythms that make you not feel good, okay? So there's rhythms that can make you sad and sleepy. There's rhythms that are upbeat and happy, all right? The principle of cause and effect, okay? So every cause has an effect, all right? Everything you do will come back to you. That's the whole principle of magic. If there was no such thing as cause and effect, then there is no magic. People like to say, oh, what I do doesn't matter, because they think of it as terms of karma. But it's not karma, it is cause and effect. What you do will have an effect, and that effect will boomerang back to you if you are the cause. The universe works in cycles. That's why astrology, you know, even basic astronomy is about cycles of the universe. And gender. Gender should be easy. You know, there's men, you know, there's females. When you deal with the root chakra, that's what you're dealing with, gender. Your base is who you are, your base expression. You're a man, your base expression is based on your testosterone output. You're a woman, your base expression is based on your estrogen output, all right? If you notice the word estrogen, sounds kind of like this beginning S, all right, or the E is motion, okay? Estrogen, motion, All right. And I can't think of a good one for testosterone, but you could say shit, test it, right? Testes, testicles, right? Balls, go getting it, go getting. All right. So that just came to me. Shout out to the gods. And you could look up, you could go into this yourself. It's right here, right? You get a deeper understanding. You don't got to buy the book. You can print this out. You don't got to buy the book. If you want to buy it. But I would tell you from having it myself, it's not really needed. You just need to understand these principles and have these on cap. You have these on cap, you'll understand everything that's happening. You won't be weighed down by nothing. Something happens to Joanne Maxwell, you won't get too high, you won't get too low. Your favorite police victim loses their case, you won't get too high, you won't get too low. You have a situation where there's a tragedy or something happens, you won't be too high, you won't be too low, because you understand the duality of things and you realize the first law, which is mentalism, everything is mind. So how you feel about it will cause an effect. And let's go into, so one of the herbs, one of the books you should get is, get out of this real quick. I've talked about this before. This is a book everybody should have, Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. All right. This book is essential, meaning that you are made up of the earth. Your body is made up of the earth. This is essential to who you doing your magic, you understanding these nature spirits, these Netaru spirits are tied into herbs because they come from the earth. They come from nature. Herbs come from nature. They produce the same oxygen, so they have their own spirit. Each herb has its own spirit. This is why when you drink liquor, the spirit of vodka is totally different than the spirit of Hennessy. It's totally different than the spirit of wine. It's totally different than the spirit of champagne. They all make you feel different, even if you're tipsy. It's different than the spirit of beer because they're made of herbs. This is why alcohol is called spirits. It is literally liquid hoodoo. Hoodoo in a bottle. And hoodoo is basically nature magic. But certain teas will help you. This particular tea that I'm going to talk about is horsetail. Horsetail tea. Now, we're in the season of Capricorn. Capricorn is the seagull, right? I'll go into that a little bit more tomorrow. But it's ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is an earth sign. Horsetail is a Saturnian plant. And it's based on the principles of Saturn. So its base is going to help you become more disciplined. It'll help you become more organized. How is this going to do that? It's going to eliminate most of the waste in your body from the Cheetos, from the Doritos, from the fish sticks, from the processed food, from the GMO, all the shit that we all eat. I can't say I eat healthy every single day, right? But it'll help you eliminate that so you can plan better, so you can start really working out, so you can think clearer, so you can get your downloads clearer, right? So you don't have to purchase every fucking thing that you see on Amazon, and you could basically just take some tea and start to see some clarity, start to get your intuition right. Right? Start to put things in motion, start to create your own rituals, start to create your own habits. Horsetail will help you do that because horsetail, what it does is the urinary system. It works the urinary system. All right. And if you notice, look, this is a 3-2. All right. Your 2 kidneys and the bladder. All right. So this basically clears out the waste. I don't want to go through a soul science thing, maybe at another time, but you could look up what the kidneys and the bladder do. But basically, they filter out waste in a short explanation. And horsetail does that as well. It helps filter out waste throughout the body. Horsetail, of course, I'm not a doctor. So research it, see if it's something that you could take. I don't think if you're pregnant, it's something you should take, but definitely go check that out. Horsetail is a very, very good herb. I used this last time. during this particular season, and I was definitely on a high, even here on YouTube, right? I ended up choosing the wrong person, but I can't even say I chose the wrong person, and I can't even blame them for distracting me because they came into my life for a reason and made me better, really did. So even though it was a great relationship, it kind of distracted me, and I had these gains from taking the horse to the tee. It really was a great hurdle in my life, so I'm thankful. But I say all that to say, get you some horsetail, man. Get you some horsetail. You can also put a horsetail dealing with your candle magic. You can put some of that on your candle magic. Get a little white candle or a black candle, sprinkle some of that on there. It'll help you. That herb being burned will again help release that spirit, that spiritual energy. That spiritual energy will now be in your home, in the place where you have that altar, and it will provide you the necessary energy, the impetus, and the downloads so that you can create structure, order, discipline, and boundaries in your life with people and with yourself. And those of you who think a diet doesn't matter, actually, not. Be careful also when we talk about this. This is something I learned real quick. Fabric softener. Stop using that shit. All right. All you got to do is see the first line. I ain't going to go to the whole article. I've been on here for quite some time. Over 4 hours, I think. It's part 1 and part 2. So I'm probably been on here 5 hours. But the toxicity of fabric softener emissions. All right. This is some toxic shit, fabric softener. This is not something that you want to be putting in your body. All right, you can look this up yourself. All right, this is a peer-reviewed article, so it's not just me talking, but there's acute adverse effects. That's not even something you want to see. All right, so most people don't know this. Most people use fabric softener. They have no idea how toxic that shit is. So 2022, get that shit out of you. Get that shit off of you. It's no good. All right, toxicity of mice, respiratory effects on diaper emissions. Right, be careful of the diapers that you're taking. Right, again, and research some stuff yourself, you know. I'm here teaching, but at the same time, I'm not here to be the end all be all. I don't want you to follow me. I don't want you to think I have all the answers. I don't want you to think you have to watch every Rob Blackstone video to get it. I want you to do your own research, take your own time, and don't lie to me and tell me you don't have time. You're so busy. Take your own time. Be serious with yourself and take some time away from something and put it into investing in your higher self and learning about your higher self. So we already covered the Lori Lightfoot thing. Oh, and StreamYard, right? So everybody's using StreamYard, right? StreamYard, if you don't know, it is a platform, a streaming platform. Let's look at it real quick. Oh, this is StreamYard. All right. I use StreamYard sometimes myself. I haven't used it as much. I mostly use Zoom, obviously, right? But let's see if it comes up. Nah, still taking it back. But anyway, if you look at most people's live videos, most people that are going live, they're using StreamYard. Like most of the most popular, most famous people, they're using either StreamYard or another application, OBS. Right, so it's either StreamYard or OBS. But this is and I'm bringing this up to show you this. So StreamYard, and this is what we have to get back to. Right, we always talk about pyramids. We created pyramids, and we created this, and we're the originators of this. And George Washington Carver with the peanut, this, all this. You know, we created the refrigerated truck and the barbershop symbol, and forks and knives, and eating, setting dinner tables, which is all true. Like all this stuff is true. Chess, all this stuff is true, right? Baseball, all this stuff is true, right? But we ain't creating shit now but habit. We ain't creating shit now but chaos. We ain't creating shit now but trauma. We ain't got a pyramid that ain't been built by a white man in America. So we got to build something, and it's possible. So StreamYard, right? It says hoping to acquire StreamYard, a leading live video streaming studio for $250 million. All right. I want you to see these guys that created StreamYard. And do not tell me about no race thing, because race is not like, I don't want to even hear about racism in 2022. You shouldn't even want to hear about racism in 2022 when you got the internet, when you're going to have the metaverse, you could literally go on the internet with the head of a fish and the body of a goat, right? You could literally come on this internet and you could have never seen Rob Blackstone. I could have never shown my face. You wouldn't know who I am. Shout out to Miss Blue. I don't know what Miss Blue looks like. Those of you who are familiar with Miss Blue on YouTube, I don't know what Miss Blue looks like. Okay? You could be anybody on the internet. So don't tell me about no racism, and you could be an avatar. Don't tell me about that. Don't tell me about racism in the real world. Like, most of y'all ain't even really experienced no real racism. Just third-party racism. Third-party racism meaning shit you seen on TV, shit you read about in books with your ancestors. But your ancestors don't even want you to think about that. Your ancestors want you to think about building something, creating something. So everybody's using StreamYard, right? To go live. Well, I really want to put this up so I can see it. I want you to just see what it looks like. And you'll see that a lot of your so if you've seen this little duck, right? You've seen this little duck, that's what StreamYard looks like from inside. I'm trying to see if they have anybody that's using it. But if you ever seen anything that looks like this, usually sometimes people slip up, you see their background, that's StreamYard. So it's pretty popular, right? It's probably the most popular streaming service. Again, I've used it myself. And it says, hoping to acquire StreamYard, a leading live video streaming studio for $250 million. Now you're going to see these guys. When I saw this, I was like, yo, these guys netted $250 million. StreamYard has only been popping for literally like 2 years. I just heard about StreamYard last year during the pandemic. And I've watched YouTubers because I love to learn. So there's certain people that I know only switched to StreamYard recently. Like there's people that I know, and it started blowing up during the pandemic, right? So January 7th, 2021, right? They bought StreamYard for $250 million. Not a lot of people on StreamYard before that. They sold it for $250 million. And let me show you the owners, what they look like. This is Guy Vandertrop and Dan Briggs. What? This is what they look like. This is Dan. Dan looks like he's about 13 years old. He's probably only 17, 18. This guy, Gage, looks like he's like maybe 19, 20. Yes, Hollow, you're right. Most racism is passive aggressive, in my experience, exactly. So, a Straight Panther said it took 5 years to find out what Dreamwise looked like. Right, and Straight Panther Dreamwise could have been, he could have been a white man. You wouldn't know. I mean, his voice sounds black, but there's white boys that sound black. I live in New York City. Trust me, you wouldn't know behind the screen. So anyway, look at these guys, though. These guys ain't better than you and your kids. These guys ain't smarter than you and your kids. These guys ain't doper than you. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Look at these guys. 250 mil they made last year. They sold it. It's 250 mil. $125 million each off a streaming app. Off streaming. That's not even really they don't even have a tangible brick and mortar product. They ain't selling phones. They ain't selling books. It's a streaming app. Y'all still talking about this black struggle and this poverty struggle, and we got to do this and we got to do that. Nigga, you better create something. You better use your wisdom and use your emotion and use your willpower to organize and create structures and link up with people just like Gage and Dan did to create something. This needs to look like two black men, two melanated men. We need 2 melanated men that do things. We need 3, 4 melanated men with some melanated women that's doing things like this. We need startups. We don't need relationships. We need families. We need families. We need people who see each other like family. Melanated people don't see each other like family because we program. And the algorithm is only getting worse and worse, and people are getting programmed more and more. And even though we are in the age of Aquarius and all the prophecies predict that all the great things will happen in the future, which is correct, a lot of y'all are going to die off. A lot of y'all are going to be miserable in these years ahead because it's not going to be easy. Yarrow is another one. Yarrow is another herb I want you to tap into, all right? Inflammation, wound healing, neurological depth. Let's look at some things Yarrow is good for. What is it used for? Inflammation, wound healing, they said that. Digestive disorders, gut health, all right? Your emotions come from your gut, and particularly your sacral chakra. Your thoughts create feelings. Those feelings, though, have to turn into emotions. So your thoughts create a feeling, right? And that feeling generates a frequency that emanates from you. You could tell when somebody's scared, and you could tell when somebody's happy, and you could tell when somebody's sad without them talking. That's something that's emanated from you through your body language and through your body itself. So digestive disorders, anxiety, all right? A lot of y'all got anxiety, heavy anxiety, all right? You got to heal that. You got to purge from it. You got to face it. Yarrow is a good one. Neurological conditions, all right? Immune system support. You know you need that, right? You got problems with the menstruation. You have to take the hokey pokey, all right? Get you some Yarrow, all right? And of course, there's side effects. Again, I'm not a doctor, but Yarrow is a great, great plant, all right? Something you want to get your hands on. We covered the fish on the sky. Here we are. I think we're pretty much done. Yeah, I'm not really going to talk about, I think I want to close out. I got some more, but I've already been here for an hour. So I'm going to close with Nita. And I want to take a few questions and get out of here. We'll go off the internet. I was supposed to go to the studio. This is how much I love y'all. I'm doing 6-hour lectures. Or the first day of the new year. But again, this is me doing this even to give myself the energy and the currency to come talk to y'all more in shorter bits. So I'm on a mission myself. I'm not sharing everything because everybody doesn't clap for you. And you got to be careful in this particular time period with what you share as well. Because everybody wants to connect, but everybody doesn't want to connect with you for the right reasons. But I'm doing this long ass video, even though I'm inspired to do it, there's also a purpose behind it. So let's see what Nina's talking about. And this is really what this year is about. The year of 2022, this is what you got to have. And this is what you got to step into. Because they're going to try to scare you. Because again, the year is about connecting. So they're going to try to, as they always do, right? They're going to try to keep you as connected, and your family and your friends, as connected to fear. And as the great poets, AKA rappers, the great poets, Dead Prez, said, it's do you, what they do is do you control your whole crew, right? So do you, the ignorant, they control everyone else. They spread the propaganda. You need to take the hokey pokey. Why are you not taking the hokey pokey? What do you mean you don't trust the science? Family members going at you, talking about you like crazy. What do you mean you don't want to take the booster? Don't you know the Amarion is here? Peace to Joe Dancer, peace to Flex Washington. Okay, so it says, so let's build with Nina real quick, and I'm gonna take a few questions if you don't want. Other than that, I'm out. Oh, and Divine, tomorrow I'm gonna be on for sure tomorrow. I know Divine Feminine Works. Hopefully she's watching this or watch some of this. Because I was supposed to check in with her today, but I'm gonna check in with her before after I get off of this. I've just been on here forever. But I'm gonna check in on her after she'll be on. We're gonna talk about the tarot. We're gonna talk about a little bit of our history. We're gonna talk about the tarot. It's gonna be a shorter video, probably 30 minutes to 45 minutes. If she wants to do some readings for y'all, she will. Then you'll see me doing some more collaborations during the year, like I was doing previously in 2020. So you're gonna see more collaborations come up. I'm gonna be specifically kind of trying to collaborate with some women, but I will bring a few men up. But because this is a spiritual channel, I want to really collaborate with a lot of women this year because of just the vibration of the year. It's a 2 year, 2022, right? So it's the divine feminine energy, right? But we ain't gonna forget the masculinity, and you're not gonna forget how to be a man either in this year. It just means that you're gonna have to be more in tune, men. You're gonna have to be more in tune with your emotions, with other people's, and more so not your emotions, but other people's emotions, your emotions and other people's emotions. You're going to have to become an empath, just like most women are. You're going to have to step into that that mind frame and that mindset, or you're not going to get no pussy. It's going to be you and Pamela, baby. But not only that, you're just not going to have the divine partner. There's beauty in having women around you that are on this walk, that are in spirit. There's wisdom, there's love, there's care. And it's not just about sex. You know, there's a lot more benefits than sex from being around a divine feminine. I promise you. And understanding the divine feminine and not just trying to use the divine feminine for sexual favors or sexuality or physical sexuality. There's a lot more sacred energy exchange when you are around divine feminine women than you could possibly imagine. But most of y'all just like them Instagram posts. And this is why you lose. Tell them, Nina. Hold up. Let's bring it back again. One more time. Speak, God. Mm. So it's interesting. We just came out from Christmas, the Christmas holiday, the Christ Mass, right? And she said, so what she said was, no fear. She said, or the example she used, children. Children don't have fear. Children are scared of shit. Children will try anything. Children will hang out with any type of child. They don't care about the race. They don't care about the color. They don't care if they got Versace on. They don't care if they're broke. They don't care if the kid is rich. They're trying to connect with the highest essence. And if a kid doesn't like a kid, once they're around them, the kid will leave and find another kid. Go to a park and observe if you don't have any children. If you have children, you know what I'm saying is true. Your child will hang out with other children. If they don't really vibe with the kid, they're going to find another kid to play with. It ain't no big. And sometimes the other kid will be trying to vibe with your kid. And your kid is like, nah, I'm not. You know, they trying to curve him as much as possible. But they ain't scared of him. They just know that they're not connected. This is what I wish for you in 2022, fearlessness. But fearlessness needs structure, it needs order, it needs discipline, it needs wisdom, the wisdom of God, which you can only get from going within. You can only get through prayer, meditation, repetition of prayer, meditation. And it needs willpower, the will to utilize the power of the God within and to follow that path, even though your emotions may tell you, go smoke that cigarette, go eat that bullshit, go smack this girl, go smack this dude, go, because nowadays shit, the girls are hooking off on men because they know men can't really do anything in this climate, so they hooking off, they slapping men, right? But don't slap men, don't hook up for men, don't follow your highest, the most high. Psalms 82:6, do you not know that you are, let's do this in our close friends. I'll take some questions after this, but I definitely want to put this on the screen. And I'm not close into I still have it on. All right, here we go. If you got questions, you can put them in the comment box. I'll check them in a few seconds. All right, it says right here, Psalms 82:6, my favorite verse in the world. I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. Remember, Nina talked about being childlike, not childish, but acting as a child to represent having no fear. I have said, ye are gods, and you are children of the Most High. Okay? So the Most High is part of yourself. The Most High is part of the universe, the divine intelligence that is within you, that is regulating the air and the amount of oxygen you're taking in, that is going to downgrade and slow down your breathing so that you are feeling restful and tired and want to go to sleep. That divine intelligence within you is what you want to tap into. This is the God part of you. You're not just God because you're melanated. You're not just God because you read a lot of books. You're not just God because you know all the spells. You're not just God because you can master some historical dates. It says Jesus answered them, is it not written in there, O Lord, that ye are gods? Genesis 1 verse 27. So God created human beings in his or his and her own image. In the image of God, he created them, male and female, he created them. He or her. Because everything has duality. If you've watched The Matrix, if you watched the recent Matrix, watch it again. First time I watched it, I didn't like it either. But watch it again. You get a different understanding. The whole Matrix, Neo worked in a company called Binary. They worked for a company called Binary. And the whole Matrix is about understanding yin and yang, understanding the laws of the Kabbalah, understanding that the first law is mentalism and everything else is based on understanding and mastering duality. Correspondence is duality, vibration is duality, polarity is duality, cause and effect is duality, like so on and so forth. Tehuti, or two. All right, let's see if y'all got any questions. Peace to mad scientists. Peace to Philip Boone. See if y'all got any questions. All right, I don't see anything. So I guess y'all are good. Again, y'all will see me tomorrow with Divine Feminine Works. We're going to talk about this tarot. We're going to talk about 2022. Hopefully, it talks a little bit about Jupiter and Pisces. If not, I'll prompt it too. And she's an astrology expert, you know, and I want basically just to share her knowledge, subscribe to her page, things like that. She's pretty good at what she does. So I just want to give her some light and some exposure as well. And I think that's what we should do for each other as melanated beings. You know, those of us who have some sort of platform, you know, shout out to Hood Mystic. He's the one who got me to, you know, expand my reach on YouTube. So I definitely appreciate it. Without me get started on his show, a lot of y'all probably wouldn't be here. I would have never been featured on Mastery Foolish doing videos. So every once in a while, I always give them a shout out because you got to respect where you come from, no matter what the situation is. And that is one of the things I hope, again, building community, putting people together. However, Jade, I know you don't have a question. You always got a question, Ken. Says I have an unrelated question. Your opinion on nationality? No, it's not intrusive. What do you mean, my opinion on nationality? Like, do I believe that nationality is important? Well, nationality ties into culture, right? So each nation has a different culture. So the culture of Brazil, right, is different than the culture of Puerto Rico, even though they both speak Spanish. The culture of Nigeria is different than the culture of Zimbabwe, even though they're all Black, right? So when you're talking about nationality is primarily built on the foundation of culture. So if me, let's say, Howard G, since you asked this, if me, you, Hood Mystic, right, since we were talking about it, me, you, Hood Mystic, a couple of us, Dreamwise, right, let's say the four of us start a community, right, and we're dealing with these type of principles, right, that is our nation. That is our nation. That's our nation. As far as if you're talking about like FBA and ADOS, first of all, you're not like calling yourself an African or descendant of a slave. You're not a descendant of a fucking slave. You're a descendant of light. Like you're a descendant of a star. Like you're made of stardust. Why would you limit yourself to be a descendant of a slave for some money? Like that. For a check from the government that you guys say you hate so much, for the check from the white man that you guys say you hate so much. I'm not saying melanated people in America are not owed reparations at all. What I am saying is the people who get their reparations are the people who build things in America, are the people who create businesses and infrastructure, the people who create stores, and the people who create shoes, the people who create shirts, the people who create buttons, the people who create forks, the people who create factories, people who create inventories. You're talking about you're a foundational Black American, right? That's all you are? Like your foundation is just America? I thought you were universal. I thought you were God. The verse says, do you not know ye are gods and children of the Most High? I thought you were a divine being. I thought you came from a star. I thought you were a star seed. I thought your children were star seeds. I thought you had indigo children. I thought you had indigo in you. You're a foundational Black American. You're B1. You're Black first. So what does that mean? So what does that mean when you hop on that plane and it's a white pilot, he's second? Even though he's flying your ass from from LA to New York, but he's second. And you're in the hospital and God forbid you broke your leg or something like that. And you got a white doctor and you don't have that much coherence where you have that much control. Is he second in that moment? Again, like I always tell you, some of y'all was white in the past life. I do this reading thing for real. Some of y'all was white in the past life. Some of y'all was Mexican in the past life. Some of y'all was Jewish in the past life. Some of y'all was running with Hitler in the past life. This is an avatar. This flesh that you're born in is an avatar for expression, and that's it. You leave this shit, you go into the star world. Ask anybody who's done meditative work on mushrooms, and they will tell you what it really is. Ain't no race out there in the real world. Not this 3D holographic fractal reality. Ain't no race out there in the real world. And so people who meditated and went deep into meditation and have psychedelic experiences in meditation, ain't no race out there, bro. This is a human construct. This was something that was fucking created to divide and conquer you in Virginia in 1619. Before 1619, there were white and black people working on plantations. White and black people working on plantations together with so-called Indians, Native Americans, with so-called Indians, Taino Indians, the Puerto Rican, the Mexican. If you want to check, get a check, right? But the people that I've seen, again, using the wisdom through other people's experiences, through the different cultures, the Asians who don't look like white people, right? You can't say it because like people say the Jews. Well, the Jews, they look like white men. They look like traditional Europeans. Okay. All right. What you gonna say about the Asians who have slanted eyes and yellow toned skin? Who ain't no mistaking an Asian person. Ain't no mistaking a Chinese, a Japanese person. You know how they did it. They got Chinatowns. They have business. They have factories. They employ people. They create through family. The African people in your neighborhood that has businesses that come from Africa, from impoverished parts of Africa that have businesses that a lot of y'all are jealous of because of this FBA B1 ADOS thing. They have family. They all, you guys all know the story. They all come together, 4 or 5 of them live in a 1-bedroom apartment, save their money, go to school and get a business, create a business. They all work with each other. You see it in your neighborhoods and your hoods. I've lived in various places. I've seen African businesses everywhere. Everywhere I've been, there's been African businesses. And very few regular melanated people's businesses, though. Because it's easier to be a victim, especially nowadays. It's easier to say racism. It's easier to say y'all beat my ancestors. It's easier to say the cops are gonna fuck it up. It's easier to say if I create it, I'm gonna get shot. It's easier to say if I build it, they won't come. It's easier to play a victim. You don't gotta do shit. You don't gotta be responsible. That's why most people are Christian. Because you don't gotta be responsible for shit as a Christian. You can do whatever you want. Just go pray to God and that's it. Whippity boppity boop. You could be the worst person, treat people the worst, treat your life the worst, treat your body the worst, treat your brain the worst, fill it up with bullshit, right? Your food for thought is toxic. The way you treat people is toxic. You're a user, you're a manipulator. But you go to church on Sunday, you say you believe in God, you say you're a Christian, and that's really all you gotta do. Pray to Jesus, and you are saved. Because guess what? Jesus already died for your sins. So the sins, quote unquote, sins that you are committing now don't count, right? Fuck out of here. That's why that religion doesn't make sense, because there's no accountability. And that's why most people are out here unaccountable and doing whatever they think they want. And they're doing whatever they think they doing whatever they think they want with no discipline, no order, no structure. They're out of order. There's no initiation systems anymore, except the Freemasons that y'all hate so much. But guess what? There's Black Freemasons called the Black Boule. They have systems of order in place. You can't just come in and be a Mason and do whatever the fuck you want. No, there's discipline, there's order. And we all, hopefully we know these are some of the most powerful people in the world. I'm not saying you have to do that, but where's our version of that? Where's our version of these rituals, of these orders, of these structures? I want to become part of that this year. Either I want to spearhead it, or I want to be part or help spearhead it, or I want to be with someone who's help. I don't mind. I could be a leader and I could be a soldier at the same time. But I want to have where they have in these different, in our different hoods, those of us that are awakening, we could go a place and have full moon rituals every month, new moon rituals every month in these particular spots, where there's singing bowls, where there's isochronic tones, where there's these different frequencies playing, where there's different speakers coming in, where there's people taking, whether it's matcha or chaga or mushrooms or whatever, that's helping open people up and awaken people's subconscious minds and awakening people's intuitions. And we're doing this and we're following these cycles. And we have brick and mortar places that if we want to have brick and mortar places, we own them. So we are not regulated to having to do what people are saying, oh, you got to wear this mask or you got to have this particular hokey pokey. The Jewish during the pandemic, they had a big ass wedding. Thousands of people here in New York City. Ain't no punishment, ain't nothing happened to them. And guess what? They kept it on a hush hush. It wasn't in the papers, nobody knew about it. The whole community was tight knit. Wisdom is learning from other people's experiences, not hating, not being jealous. You either learn from your own experience or learn from your own. 2022 is the year of that. But we got to be tapped into that frequency. Let me see. Does anybody else got question? Yeah, these people that are B1ing you, these people that look at these people that are B1ing you, look at these people that are FBA you, and look at these people that are ADOS in you, ADOS in you. Look at them. Look at them. Are these people that you want to really follow? Really? You guys are following some effeminate ass bid. You guys know when you see a real man what it is. You know the difference between a Malcolm and some of these niggas y'all are following. You know the difference between a motherfucking what's the queen's name? Isis Papers. You know what the Isis Papers? Okay, Frances Cress Welsing. You know the difference between that and the people that you following that got you in these FBA 80s B1s. I ain't saying no names, but are these the men that you really want to follow to get your money and get your bag for you? Is that wisdom? Or do they catch you caught in a binary 0 and 1s and they're going to have you trapped in this Smith versus Neo thing forever till you die? And you come back here again and you trapped in the same 0 and 1s, because the 0 and 1s are not going to stop. They're only going to suppress as time goes by. But it's not going to stop. This planet is designed to put you through changes and difficulties so that you can grow spiritually. So that when you get up into that star, when you become a star, which is the goal, and you create your own galaxy, which is the goal, there's billions of them out here in the universe. So you don't have to reincarnate back here unless you so choose to. And some people chose to, some people have to. Your prophets, your sincere prophets, are those that have chose to come back here. And there are those of us that are becoming prophets and are learning to become prophets through our experiences here. But your born prophets, the people that are like kids, that the so-called indigo children that got it already, they came back here to save you from your FBA, ADOS, B1 ass that you ain't even donate $1 to. You ain't even really supporting. You ain't even really on the front lines with it. The only front line you are on is the fucking comment section. Fuck out of here. Yo, I'm out. I love y'all. Happy New Year. I know this was long. Okay, play this before you go to bed or whatever. If you're watching the recap, I will be on again tomorrow. Peace. power, prosperity, and I'm gonna add on just because it's the new year, health, because health is very important. All right. And with that being said, oh, hold up, Math Scientist got a question. He said, explain the difference between masculine and feminine energy. Some folks think masculine means male and feminine means female. A masculine and feminine energy. So a masculine energy, I mean, it's very simple. I mean, if I'm going to break it down, because I like to keep things simple, right? Masculine energy is the penis. Feminine energy is the vagina, right? This is energy that has, we're dealing with, again, going back to the Kabbalion, we're dealing with the law of polarity. So there's a North Pole, there's a South Pole, there's polarity, right? There's a law of gender, there's masculine energy, there's feminine energy. Masculine energy is protecting, providing, producing, right? And procreating, right? And producing could be a legacy, it could be a business, it could be a job, it could be making money at your job, so I should say, could be building a house, right? Could be working on cars, whatever, right? Or, well, not really building cars, right? At that point. But that's really masculine energy. Feminine energy is nurturing, being in tune with nature, understanding the environment, right? Care, and understanding life through experience, through other people's experience or through your own, or through their own experience. Women are masters of that because they are able to read the emotional cues to a degree to where men, if they are not tapped into their divine, this, I don't want to sound like, let me try to rephrase that. This is what it is. Fuck it. If they're not tapped into the divine feminine, if they're not tapped into, and the divine feminine is just the highest form of femininity, where it is about understanding emotions and feelings and when to use them and when not to use them. That's emotional intelligence, is wisdom. It's understanding when to use emotions and when to not use emotions. And that's through experience, seeing what other people have been doing or seeing what they've been through, right? If you find a wise woman, even as a friend, you are blessed tenfold. I promise you. This I'm talking to the fellows particularly. But if you find a wise man the same way, you are blessed tenfold. That's a man that's in tune with his emotions. That's a man that's in tune with feelings. That's a man that's able to see through other people's experience and see through their experience as well. That's a man that's in tune with his feelings, with how he feels about things. It's not out of control. He's not just operating. Most men, this is why, even for me, I really, dealing with men, it's like, some men, you know what I'm saying? I've found men on this journey now that are in tune, and we not trying to ego clash. We just trying to build each other up. We're just trying to share the best parts of each other, right? Ain't no, I'm trying to be better. My nuts is not hanging to compete with my homeboy. My nuts is hanging to compete with the world. My nuts is hanging when I go to work to compete with those other cultural people who think they're better than me. My nuts is hanging to produce something. My nuts is hanging to problem solve issues. My nuts are not hanging just because I'm a man and I done slept with 10, 20 women, 30, 40, 50, 100 women. And I think because I did that, I done conquered something. My nuts is not hanging because I done played a million video games. And because I done that, I think I done conquered something in real life. And I'm older than a lot of people that are probably watching this. So I'm giving you guys wisdom. But in a nutshell, the divine masculine, the divine feminine, the masculine what? The penis what? Rises up. It's erect. It is a leading force, right? It is a responsible for force in particular, right? When you're talking about the divine feminine, when you're talking about power, right? The vagina can take a beating. You having sex, you pounding that vagina, right? It's taking all that. It's taking all that. No matter how big your penis is, right? 15, 12, 13, 11-pound babies come out that vagina, right? So able to push it out. Women have a higher pain tolerance than men. It's very obvious. A lot of people are still butthurt from, a lot of men are still butthurt from the first, second, or third girl that broke their heart. You might go through 5, 6, 7 heartbreaks, my nigga, if you are emotionally vulnerable. But are you learning from those heartbreaks? Because if you don't, you're going to have 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. And being a toxic nigga is not going to change that. Being a forceful, overly aggressive nigga is not going to change that. So the divine masculine is one that rises to the occasion, just like the penis, one that rises with light, just like the penis in the morning. The divine feminine is one that is able to understand, one that's able to take in the right things, just like she takes in the right man. One that is able to nurture, just like she nurtures her children in the right way. Just like she nurtures her vagina. The vagina has to do a lot more cleaning and, than a penis. It's a lot more nurturing to a vagina than it is than a man's penis. It's a lot more nurturing to a woman's body. Makeup, this, that, eyelashes, hair, right? It's a different energy. So we're not talking about necessarily an actual woman and an actual man either. What we're talking about are forces. If you take away the physical, I'm using the physical as a metaphor, but if you take away peace to Dorothy, Court Dorothy, thank you, Dorothy. Dorothy always supports. I appreciate you, Dorothy, a lot. Thank you so much. If you are talking about masculine and feminine, you could also just talk about from a strictly energetic perspective to explain this to someone. The right and the left hemisphere of the brain. The left hemisphere being dealing with logic, reason, right? Analytics and analysis, right? And the right brain dealing with visualization, imagination, and emotion. Visualization, imagination, emotion, and feelings. Well, emotions are feelings, right? Peace to the mad scientist. Thank you for that. So yeah, that's a great example. Masculine is the outer realm, feminine is the inner realm. You said it better than I think I said. So that's to answer that. That is the masculine and the feminine energy in play, right? The masculine you could relate to the penis, the feminine you can relate to the vagina. And when you're talking about, again, just strictly energy, putting out energy, you could just relate to that's why when people say, oh, we're getting rid of gender, there is no gender. Gender is a false construct. Like the Kabbalion doesn't say that. A, that's ancient wisdom, older than all of us. And it makes sense. And B, you have a left and right hemisphere of the brain. Like you have a parasympathetic and a sympathetic. Your sympathetic deals with the outer world, the masculine. Your parasympathetic deals with the paranormal, or the inner world. They work hand in hand. That's both part of your nervous system. You have a left and a right brain. Your right brain is more feminine than your left brain. Your left brain is more masculine than the right brain, but they both work in tandem with each other. You can't have one without the other. Let's see. All right, I think that's it. I think that's all your questions. Thank you for the donations. I appreciate this. I feel like I put in a lot of work today. Shout out to everyone that's on the stream. Shout out to everyone who's hit the like button. If you haven't, please kick it. Shout out to everybody who has subscribed. I got a couple of new subscribers. I don't know if something I said went viral or whatever, but I appreciate y'all for getting me over 1,800. I'm trying to get to 2 Gs as soon as possible. But again, I'm not here just for the subscribers or the bingo. I'm here to hopefully inspire, hopefully to share some of my own experiences, share some of the things that I've been through and went through, my wisdom through experience, and give it back to y'all. 99% of the things that I share with y'all are things that I've done, partook in, worked on, worked with, or had a misnomer or had a ill notion about coming up and going through these the different chambers. And with the algorithms the way they are, these chambers are way more influential now You know, the programs are really writing on top of programs, and you got to really be careful because it's very seductive to the point where I even get caught up. And I'm like, whoa, 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 damn, I'm watching this video again about this 3, 4, 5 times. It's like, you know, sometimes it's gossip. I ain't gonna lie, I get caught up in it too. You know, there's gossip about some shit, and you got to really be careful, or you be watching gossip videos in that YouTube rabbit hole all day because the fucking thumbnails are really enticing. You know, the thumbnails are really enticing, but the focus should be on, if you are on YouTube, the focus should be on personal development, personal growth, mastery for you and your family, and trying to figure out how you can leave a legacy, how you can manage some money, how you can get some wisdom, and how you can apply that wisdom to your will so that you could have a system and you could have a system in place. And again, and let me share some books. I want to do this before I got off with y'all. So let me share some books with you. I already shared this before. Cunningham Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. If you haven't got this, you should have this book. I don't care if you're homeless, nigga, you should have this book. Herbs don't cost that much. You get some fresh herbs off the internet for like $5, $6. That'll help. If you take them in the morning. And again, use discretion, research the herbs you take. But they all have planetary correspondences, and they all help with different things. And if you put them on a candle, magical things happen. If you put them and burn them with other certain herbs, magical things happen. This is how you tap into the next root through nature. This is hoodoo 101. Gotta have this. Don't have this, you lame, you whack, you aside. Another book, if you have money issues, money problems, Woke Doesn't Mean Broke by Billy Carson. This book is big as shit. I personally feel like you may not need this whole book, but if you know that you have poverty, you know that you have a poverty, you got to be honest with yourself. I had a poverty mindset at one point. Okay, I couldn't see myself rich. I couldn't see myself with a lot of money. I couldn't see myself in comfort. My mom was always talking about, you know, oh, we don't have this and we don't have that. You can't have this and you can't have that. And over time, the conditioning, even though I had my own mind and I got a pops that I seen have a lot of bread, and I was around a lot of bread with him because I was with my mom more. This is why it's very important for both families to be involved with their children, right? You need both of them. You don't just need one. Even if you have a girl, you need both. You need women. You need to let, as long as he's a good dude, obviously, and he has something to give to the child other than money, but you need to let him talk to the kids at least, because you need both influences in order to raise a healthy child, or they're going to have some sort of lack and deficit growing up, and have to go through all these changes and watch 6-hour videos with me. But woke doesn't mean broke. You know, if you have a poverty mindset, you know, if you don't, you always thinking about, damn, I don't have it. You know, if you're like, damn, I can't get this job. Damn, I don't know this. You need certain skill sets. This book is very good. It talks about credit, talks about credit cards. It talks about, I mean, this book got a lot of shit in it. It's not one of those books you sit down and read like cover to cover. But yeah, I mean, it talks about financial health, giving, living, the looking glass, advantage plans. I mean, this book has a whole bunch of stuff in it. I mean, look, we got a chapter about fuel efficient cars, like how to car buy. You know, so this is like an encyclopedia. Billy Carson, Woke Doesn't Mean Broke. I think it's like $50, but how much did you spend on that bottle of Hennessy last night? And the trees and all the other drugs that you did. Oh. So don't tell me that this is having the knowledge and the wisdom through somebody else's experience is it going to help. So this is a good book. Woke Doesn't Mean Broke. Get you some bread. And last but not least, since we're in a 222 year, you want to understand how to look at these numbers. You want to get an analysis other than the internet. I know a lot of y'all like books. Honestly, you don't need to buy all these books. Some books you can get through different websites, as you know, PDFs. But I'd like to have the books because there's energy in this paper, aka papyrus, right? Paper comes from papyrus, Egyptian papyrus. There's energy. I touch this book, I feel something. When I touch a PDF, it don't feel the same. It doesn't. There's not a lot of energy in a PDF. There's not a lot of energy in reading something off a Kindle. There's energy in this book. There's energy in these letters. Spelling, right? Spelling. You're not going to get that just off reading something on a website. Although it is good, you do need to have some books in your arsenal that you can refer to. So this is a good one. Lloyd Strayhorn, A Numbers in You. Help you with your numerology. Those of you who see, 222s, we all see numbers and things in succession. This will help you decode them. There's different, I'm reading it actually right now. I'm going through different parts of it. Very, very good book. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend if you're a person into numbers and you see a lot of numbers. Lloyd Strayhorn. All right. And yeah, math scientists. Money, we said prosperity doesn't always come in the form of money. You are absolutely correct. Prosperity does not always come in the form of money. In fact, that is the least form of prosperity out there that you can imagine. It's the least, it's the, I don't want to say the wackest because I love money. I love having money. Money's attracted to me. Money always wants to come to me. Money is always looking for a way to give me more. Money is always looking for a way to make sure I have it. Money is always looking for a way to make sure that I'm happy with it, that I'm abundant with it. And what I've learned to do is treat money right. I treat money like a woman. I try to care for it. I care for it. I nurture it. I invest it wisely. I make sure I make love to it. And by making love, I mean we have a sacred energy exchange, SEX, with money. When money knows what I need, money knows what I want, money knows what I desire, and money knows the best way to get me there is that I need that currency to circulate so I can have certain experiences and I can have things like $50 books and not worry about them. I'm not rich by any extension of the word, but money is the least form of prosperity that there is. Money is the least form of prosperity. Prosperity is when you get a lot of free shit, to be honest. Prosperity is more free shit and opportunities than anything. My biggest manifestations, I didn't get no money. I got things that I needed. Items, books, lessons, direction, clothing, electronics, free. Food, free. Finding money, free. Checks out of nowhere when I need them from old jobs, free. Most rich people don't pay for shit. So thank you for that, math science, you're right. Yeah, late King Simon is good with that as well. All right, y'all, I've said my piece. Go back and watch the videos. This is a long one, but those of you who like to listen to something you can sleep to, like my voice and shit, I get the emails from y'all. You can listen to this before you go to bed. And with that said, Happy New Year again. Peace, power, and prosperity. God bless. I love y'all.